And yeah, so how long do I have to speak? How long do I have?
I've muted myself. You have just over an hour, so you're good.
Okay. Yes, well, I'll just, I'll start off actually by just reading a little bit, which my introduction about myself will be from my book, From Rehab to Life, and by Tamara Gabriel, and it's pronounced Tamra, and the woman is called Tamara, but the man is called Tamara. Yeah, an Amharic Ethiopian. That's all right. It takes some getting used to. I think I'll have to start spelling it Tamra.
Split it, yes.
You know, yes. Well, I was born Vander Peter Pierre. Well, actually, not Peter. Peter came in when I came to England, but I was born as Vander Pierre on the volcanic, mountainous, and gloriously green windward island of Dominica. Enriched with 366 rivers, it attracts naturalists and the yachting fraternity with its breathtaking beauty. My father, Rupert Martin Pierre, nicknamed Bogart, was reputedly a notorious, handsome and natty dresser and the leader of a steel band that toured the Caribbean. He never mentioned the name of the outfit, and I never asked. My mother, Jean Joseph, now Jean Anderson, was an only child and renowned for her beauty and intelligence. We lived in a large house on the hill of Zikak, overlooking the town of Portsmouth and its harbor, with my younger siblings, Glenn and Verena. My father is no longer with us on this earth, and my mother is bedbound with Alzheimer's and other complications requiring and getting 24/7 living and loving care. My journey into this world wasn't straightforward, as the doctor had advised my grandmother, Mammy, and my mother to terminate the pregnancy, as Mama Jean would be barely 18 years of age on my arrival into the world. There was then the social stigma of being an underage and unmarried mother. No doubt, Mammy's spirituality and her Roman Catholic beliefs, combined with my mother's willingness to endure my 9 months journey into this world, influenced their decision not to abort. The start of my life's journey was in their hands. For Mammy's courageous, supportive, and loving care, I am and shall be eternally grateful. I was oblivious to all that was to come as I admired the elegant yachts dressed in brilliant white, sitting blissfully upon the glistening Caribbean Sea. Well, I'll leave it at that. And so that's how I started my journey in this world. And I must say that I lived in heaven when I was in Dominica. I was ever so happy. And I felt so loved unconditionally by my grandmother. I felt so free. And at the same time, I was reading at the age of 3 and started school at the age of 3. And when I say reading, I could read big books, not just little baby books or infants books, but newspapers and magazines as well as adult books. And my spelling was very good, and people admired me and said, "Wow, what a bright boy this is." But to me, it was nothing, really. I just thought everyone my age ought to be able to do the same. It's only now I realized that that was a gift from the Most High, which I've carried on to this very day as a singer, songwriter, poet, and an author, and other creative works. Yes, back home in Dominica, I must say that I spent my time basically interacting with nature and with the moon and the stars. The moon hung so close It's as though I could touch it if I climbed to the top of a tree. You know, and the sound of those crickets, I can still hear them now. You know, I even developed a wonderful relationship, which I felt was a loving relationship with my cousin, Ereline. And yes, indeed. And I was 6 at the time, going on 7. And when I was told that I was to leave the island and go to England to live with my mother and father, I was absolutely traumatized. I was full of fear. I didn't want to leave Dominica. Don't you want to see your mother? No. Don't you want to see your father? No. Don't you want to see the snow? No. Why not? Well, I said, I see the snow on Christmas cards. And I said to my mammy, you're my mom, you know, and that's that. I'm not moving, I said. However, I was powerless over the situation. And, you know, and we went in a rowing boat and to a big ship called Genoa, which took us to England via South America, stopped off at Venezuela, then to Italy, where we visited Rome and Genoa, and eventually landed at Southampton, England. And when I first entered the underground at Victoria and got on the train, it filled me with fear when I looked through the windows. I was looking into darkness, and I thought, how long is this gonna last? And it was a sigh of relief when we got to the point where I got out the underground. I didn't like the experience at all. But then when I saw London itself, I thought it was so gray. Back in the 60s, that was 1960, it was so gray, and there was no colors on it. The birds were gray as well. And you know, the clothes were very drab, not many colorful clothes. I mean, people actually laughed at me in school when I wore my pretty colored shirts, you know, at primary school. And, you know, as a child, the first thing I ever wanted to be was a priest. And, but I gave up on that idea when I discovered that Catholic priests don't marry. I thought, crazy. How could they? That's not possible. I said, I'm not going to be like that. And as a child, I used to do my best to live like a saint, really. I read all these books about saints and how humble they were and how loving and caring they were. You know, I just felt a deep desire to be like that. And I endeavored to do so to my best of my ability. As a child over here, I used to do fasting and things like that, and used to give up meat and things like that on certain occasions, like during Lent. I was one of the brightest people at my school. I mean, when I first went into school, I was moved up 2 classes in the space of 1 week. I said, man, this boy is really bright. And how Peter came into being was when my headmistress said to my father, oh, you're in England now. I suggest you change Pierre to Peter, its English equivalent. And, you know, so that's how Pierre came into being. But as an intelligent child, I thought I'd end up in grammar school, but I don't know why. I thought I passed my 11 plus, but they said I failed it, and I just couldn't believe it. And I ended up going to Cardinal Pole Secondary Modern School. It's only later on in life I have discovered that there are certain things in the system which, you know, things like the racial institutional, the institutionalized racism rather is endemic in the sense that I found out as an adult, oh, well, you didn't pass your 11 plus, although you really did, was simply because there's only a certain quota of Black people allowed to pass certain things and things like that. And I thought, oh, well, anyway, at Cardinal Pole, I blossomed as an athlete and as an academic, but at home I lived in hell, to be honest with you. My father was very brutal, very barbaric, beat me nearly every day with, electric flex wire, and I had to take my shirt off or jumper off. So, I was whipped on my bare back and sort of sitting here now, it reminds me of the days of slavery. He was very careful not to whip me on my face or anywhere that people could see. But the fact was at school, when we had to change to go to play football, I'd stand against the wall so no one would see all the scars on my back. And well, my mother, God bless her, I love her, but I must say I resented the fact that I became the maid of the house and I had to do so many chores. I didn't get no time to play like other children. In fact, they were turned away from our door. And, that really hurt me deeply. I felt I'd lost my childhood so early. I was, at the age of 7, I was changing nappies and making bottles for my baby sister Sandra. And I started to gut fish and scale it and season it and all sorts of other culinary exercises. And basically I started to cook for my siblings, Verena, Glenn, Heather, and Sandra. And my chores were a myriad of chores as far as I was concerned. Hoovering, cleaning, laundering, even doing the garden and cleaning the windows, the little boy sitting on the edge of the window up on the, where we had 3-story house and the top there, sitting on the ledge, cleaning those windows. It was frightening. But I couldn't say nothing to my parents or oppose their orders, so to speak. I was so fearful of my parents that I felt unloved. I felt like I was always chasing my father's and my mother's love, especially my mother. I felt, as a poet, I remember writing a poem and I asked my mother, please, could you just sign it, say that this was written by your son? So I can send it off to the newspapers and in a poetry competition. And she didn't even have the time to do that. So I was very, very deflated and felt unsupported in any way. When I was sick, I wouldn't say anything. The doctor diagnosed me as having bad nerves. What's wrong with this boy? And prescribed me some nerve tablets. I never told him nothing. I didn't tell anyone of the hell that I was going through at home. And, it really, it was real hell. When I looked at the years ahead, I thought, my God, they escaped via university. But when it came to that, my father took me off from school when I was 15, sitting for 7 O levels and 3 A levels, which I said, yes, this is going to get me into university as one of the top brightest boys in the school. And he took me off at the Christmas. So I never got the chance to finish my exams. And, my mother got me a job as a postroom clerk with a patent and agents firm in Chancery Lane. To tell you the truth, to show you how bad it was, I remember once I was so ill, I could hardly walk. I felt so terribly ill and I was burning with fever, but I didn't tell my mother or my father, and they didn't seem to notice anything. But when I got to school, within minutes, the teacher noticed, said, but you're not well, Vander. What's the matter with you? I said, well, yes, right, I don't feel well. They sent me down to the sick bay, and when my temperature was taken, the woman sort of gasped with amazement and shock. She said, "My God," she says, "you've got a temperature that is dangerously close to death." I said, "Well, how close?" She said, "Well, just another point and I'd be a dead little boy." I thought, my God, and they rushed me to the hospital. Thank God the hospital was opposite Hackney Hospital, that was. It was opposite our school at the time, Cardinal Pole, which has now moved to Morning Lane, but at the time it was in Kenworth Road. So I just learned to live with suppressing my feelings at home. The only joy I got was when, as a 12-year-old boy, I became lead singer of a band called Tracks, and that way, all my emotions were let loose on stage, singing and dancing to some soul songs, by Otis Redding and Sam and Dave, and Wilson Pickett, and some Johnny Nash songs, and so on. And I earned more money than my father then, just singing for one night or for a couple nights on the weekend. As a group, we had a van. Even that relationship I had with the band was thwarted by my parents, so I gave them all my money that I earned. And when it came to buying a brand new 100-watt Marshall PA system, which I thought, well, it's cost £300, and I've given them thousands of pounds by now. Surely they're not going to refuse me, but they did, and that caused me and the band to split up, to cut a long story short. And so it was as a child. And I swore that when I grew up, I would party and I'd enjoy myself to make up for my lost childhood. And apparently, like I said, after being taken off of school, and I eventually was told by my father, basically, I had to leave the house. But he said it in a way which wasn't straightforward. He said two crabs can't live in the same hole. His friend actually told me what that meant. And so sadly, again, I left the house secretly. And after getting myself a flat in Camberwell Green. From Camberwell Green, which my grandma, she caught me actually leaving. And she said, well, she understands why I'm leaving. And although she used to tell me to call the police on my father, I never did. And when she said, you can't leave unless you give me your address. So I gave her my address and I left by a minicab to Camberwell Green. And after a while, I became jobless, so I found myself in rent arrears. I didn't know about signing on and all that sort of thing. And I was just 16 at the time. And, and I thought, well, what am I going to do? I didn't want to ask my mother or father for any financial help. I was pumped up with pride. I didn't want to ask my grandma for help, although I knew she'd surely help me, even my mother. I thought, what am I going to do? And at the time, I allowed a friend of mine from school to stay there with me. He was a bad boy. He was hardly in school. He was more or less in approved school most of the time. And he used to steal and do all kinds of things. And anyway, I asked him, well, how can we make some money? And being that he knew ways of making money quickly. And he said to me, well, I'm the intelligent one. What are we going to do? I said, well, we have to go where the money is and take it. And which actually meant going on a robbery up the West End, and we committed a robbery. And I said, well, this will just be a one-off, and I'll get back to my legal skills after that and find a job or something like that. I that robbery, as I remember, was a really bloody affair, very violent, and but we got the money, and I paid off all my rent, 6 weeks rent. I paid off for 2 months rent in advance, and I went and cut myself some mohair suits and bought myself some brogues and crumby and an ounce of ganja and a crate of teacher's whiskey, and the party began. And also the robberies just continued until I ended up in Ashford where is it, in Kent? Is it Ashford in Kent? No, Ashford in Middlesex, in Surrey. And I thought it was a house they were putting us in as a remand center, they said, but actually it was a prison where I was locked up for 24/7, more or less, 1 hour exercise, and that was it. And during my incarceration, there was a point where I thought, my God, am I going to survive this? I remember other young boys used to say what a great time they had in the remand center, and how they used to shuffle and all that and laugh and crack jokes. It made it sound as though it was just a place where you had a good time. In fact, I thought, these guys are crazy. This is hell in here. How could you talk about a place like this? How could you glorify it in this way? And anyway, after 7.5 months remand, my first court appearance after that was at the Old Bailey in court number 1, which was the most notorious court of all. And I remember my knees started shaking, when I sat there in front of the judge, and all this sort of intimidating looks you get in the court and so on. And at the end of the day, I was found guilty, and my friend Titus, he was returned to Boston. Admittedly, the judge took into consideration I'd done 7.5 months, and I was a young man of previous good character, and so on. But it didn't stop there. After coming out, I returned home to my father's house, and within a matter of a few days, he threw me out again, because I actually slept with my girlfriend on his bed, and he didn't like that very much. He even burned the mattress. And so I left the house and managed to find somewhere in Clapton Pond, and once again I returned to robberies and more robberies, and I ended up in Boston, where I simply found myself being the number one in Boston, so to speak, as an athlete, and also I used to actually I used to discipline racist boys in Boston. I disciplined them, so they became fearful of me, because and I protected other people, like my little white friend called Bacon, who used to imitate Jamaicans saying those swear words and cracking his finger and all that sort of thing. And but also I broke the Boston weightlifting record. I also, in fact, I was also Hackney boxing school champion in Boston. I am to get out there as quick as possible, and but there was a prison officer there who said, "I'm going to get you." He was a racist himself. "I'm going to get you," said, and anyway, I remember being told that I could go to the Lincoln's Horse show, Lincoln's Horse horse show, show jumping and all that sort of thing, which I used to see on TV. And anytime they knocked down the fences, us Borstal boys, we would run into the ring and re-erect those fences. And they told Bacon to go along with me, and so we were escorted there by a car and so on. And I think it was the second or third day. It was raining, and the man in charge of that certain ring, he said to us we could stay in his car. So we went in the back seat, and I saw the prison officer who hated me looking around. So I got out the car and said, "We're over here." And he said, "You're trying to escape." I said, "What do you mean I'm trying to escape? I just called you." I said, "The car engine isn't on. We're sitting in the back seat." Anyway, we were locked up in the down the block in Borstal, and my little white friend Bacon, he slashed his wrists. He was in the cell next to me. He slashed his wrist, and they rushed him to hospital. And when I saw the governor, I said that I was a victim of a cunning plot to sabotage my release from this place. And he laughed and said, "Well, I have to go along with my officers." He basically said he believed me that, we weren't trying to escape, but he had to back his officer, and but I could leave the cell block immediately. I inquired about my friend Bacon, and not a word, not a word. To this day, I don't know what happened to him. I just had a terrible feeling that he may have died as a consequence of slashing his wrists. And so it continued. I partied every day. Every night anyway, I partied. And I just became what people would call a gangster, basically. And although I didn't see myself as such, I just saw myself as someone surviving, making a living, and so on. Again, I still kept making music, and I was given the opportunity to sign a contract with Pi Records in the West End, and they told me, "Just come back in a week and we'll have it ready for you to sign." After they'd listened to just some a cappella on a cassette tape. That's all. They were my songs sung in a cappella. And before I could get to that point, I went to a bank and stole some money in the bank. I was charged for robbery, and they tried to charge me for armed robbery, but because of a lack of a weapon or anything like that, and so on, it was reduced to theft eventually in court, and I was sentenced to 2 years, 9 months imprisonment. And that's the first time actually I experienced police brutality, where I was attacked by 13 policemen, and on a building site during my getaway from that robbery, theft from the bank, and I remember they threw away their truncheons and picked up bricks and large bits of wood, and started hitting me in the head and all over the body, and so I just fought for my life, basically, and I ended up getting charged, for assaulting police. I was, yes, and I thought I'd get acquitted of that, but I was found guilty, and like I said, I ended up in Maidstone prison for 2 years, 9 months. But in fact, I was looking at 10 years or probably 7 years or even 5 years minimum, but it was more like 7 to 10 years at the time. But I ended up with 2 years, 9 months, and I thank God for that. And during my stay there, I smoked hashish every day. Ganja sometimes, and basically I just did my best to keep out of trouble in prison and get out as quick as I can, basically. And however, I remember saying to God, if you grant me parole, I'm going to renounce violence and crime and dishonesty if you grant me parole. And as it happened, I was granted parole, and after about 22 months, and I I remember the vow I'd made to our Creator, and did my best to keep out of trouble. I moved in a flat on Sudbury Hill, which belonged to my mother. And I just read the Bible, kept reading the Bible, and didn't think about money and the vanities and going out to clubbing every night and stuff like that. I remember when I got to Numbers chapter 6, verse 6, when a man dedicates his life to God, he no longer cuts his hair or shaves the hair off of his face, and his diet is changed. And so I stopped eating meat altogether, and I only ate fishes that had scales on them. Eventually, I even dropped that as well and became strictly vegan, as people call it today over here. And so I somehow I slipped back into some form of criminality and got myself some money. And although I wasn't being violent or committing a robbery, it was more like fraudulent acts. And I must say that I did remember that vow I made, and I felt really bad about it. But I eventually moved from Sudbury Hill to Wandsworth, and then from Wandsworth to Putney, and no, not Putney, to Fulham, and then from Fulham I moved to Battersea. I was someone who acquired a lot of material things and always liked the best quality sounds, and so I had my Bang & Olufsen hi-fi and real fine clothes and things like that. And I remember I left that place in Battersea one day and went to North London. And when I returned, my flat was completely bare. They even took the cutlery. The only thing that they left, they even took my socks and underwear. The only thing that was left was the Bible with a long bud of ganja in the center of it. And I just slid down on the floor in disbelief and smoked the ganja, and I took it as a sign, well, maybe I should go into the ganja business now. So that's what I did. But before that happened, actually, I went in search for the people who committed that burglary on my place, and basically with an intent to kill, really, to be honest with you, to torture and kill. That was my intention. And I actually prepared for it in a really methodical way. And I'd go on tips that people would give me and be waiting for them to do them a lot of harm. But they never turned up at these venues like outside the picture house or wherever they were supposed to be. They never was there. And Yes, and I remember one day actually, I was still in search of those culprits, and the brother who was helping me, who I call MC, he was a man himself who had escaped from a prison van as well once upon a time, quite a notorious character. And he said, well, there he's over there. I remember getting out of the car and stealthily moving towards the target, with murder on my mind, to be honest with you. And the fact was that I heard a voice say police, but I just kept on going, and I heard the voice say police again, and suddenly I seemed to I just awoke from this rage and this tunnel vision that I had of just zooming in on the prey, and I saw that there were police coming in the opposite direction. And there my prey, or the prey to be, was in between us both. And I simply masked my weapon, and I turned around and got back into the car, and I returned to a place I had in Wandsworth at the time. And I bared my soul to two ballet teachers. They were, man and wife. And they said to me, that burglary was a cleansing of my soul, and it gave me the opportunity to start all over again afresh. And I really and truly believe that. And I started afresh, and I said, well, what am I going to do? And that's when I decided, well, yes, all that was left was the Bible and the ganja weed. So I thought, yes, I'll start selling ganja. So I embarked on the ganja scene and quickly rose up the ranks. And we shifted lots of weed. Really, at the end of the day, it came to tons of weed over a period of time. And I made lots of money, and I was making music and producing reggae stars from Jamaica, and also some up and coming stars from England. And but there was always this feeling of emptiness within me, and I just couldn't figure it out. And then it just came to the point where I was at the recording studio, producing some songs. We had Angus from Aswood on drums. We had Winston Fergus there, and no, I don't think Sugar Minott was there on that occasion, but he's an artist that I produced too. But I was called to the phone, and I was told, by my girlfriend Makeda at the time, that my flat had been burgled. In fact, the front door had been chopped down. And so I just kept my cool and carried on recording. And when I got to the flat, indeed, my vast record collection was all gone, clothes all gone. But they didn't find any ganja. There was a lot of ganja there, but they never found it. And, I remembered, and once again, I thought of vengeance and got an idea who these people were. And I remember hearing the voice of the Most High saying to me, just, put the gun and the knife and the posse, just put that all to one side, because they're going to pay for what they've done. And it was very hard to swallow, but I continued. I just simply refrained from that. After all, I'd sworn not to commit violence or any dishonest acts. Selling ganja to me was not dishonest. As a lawyer pointed out to me, it may be unlawful, but it's not dishonest. So I just, I eventually, I got myself involved in a Ital restaurant, vegan restaurant. I became a silent partner of a nightclub, and I also had a pool table and electronic games business, and yes, and then I also established my own record label, Ja Child Records, and then there was the ganja business. I was harassed a lot by the police, stopped and searched more times than I could recall. Anyway, I got another opportunity to do a recording deal with another company that was on Oxford Street. And I remember the day I was looking forward to that appointment. I got a call from my solicitor, told me that I had to appear in court that day. And it was merely for something of less than a quarter gram of ganja. It was just a little bit of dust. You couldn't make a spliff with it. You couldn't even chew it. Just a little bit of dust. How they found that, I don't know. But there you go. And that went all the way to the Crown Court. So I had to go to the Crown Court for possession of less than a quarter of a gram of ganja. And, when the judge said, but I was pleading not guilty, and then my lawyer convinced me, oh, just go guilty and, just be a fine and get it out the way. So I went prepared with enough money in my pocket to pay, the fine and so on. And my goodness me, when the judge said to me, what have I got to say? I said, well, I simply said that, I'm asking for leniency here. And he said, there's no leniency here today. And I was sentenced to 18 months. And that 18 months, in fact, the prison governor said to me on reception, he said, surely you're going to appeal on this. This is horrendous. And I had other prisoners laughing at me because, it was unheard of getting 18 months or something like that. And so I did appeal, but I had to sack my solicitors, who I discovered were actually in league with the police, so to speak. And I had to pay for a new solicitor who eventually assisted me in being freed from the appeal court. And once again, I returned back to society after completing 7 months of that 18 months, where I had a proper solicitor in the first place, my release would have been a lot sooner. But this void within me was just getting deeper and wider and so on. And eventually I just found myself one day meeting a Caucasian brother who introduced us to cocaine, and with another brother of mine, and it's something I swore that I'd never touch. So I'd never take drugs. I didn't see ganja as being a drug, but cocaine, no, never. And I remember I used to refuse, and until one day I remember I took a line of that cocaine, and I developed a habit. And from that habit, you know, my brothers, a lot of them went on to smoking crack. And I said, well, I'm not going there. And I sat amongst them all the same. And I kept refusing and kept refusing until one day I had a puff of that. Said, oh, well, one won't harm me. One won't make any difference. Well, that one led to, I would say, many thousands, hundreds of thousands. I don't know, could have been even, a million or more of puffing that crack pipe. And my God, and by that time, I was really riddled in pain. And, I was a tortured soul, and I just couldn't understand it. I remember getting married to a woman after knowing her for 6 weeks, and realized I'd made a mistake. My actions were now the actions of an addict, but I didn't see myself as an addict because I still had the trappings of wealth and things like that, which sort of deluded me into thinking that I was all right. But deep down, I knew I wasn't all right. Eventually, I remember going to the doctor and told him I hadn't slept for 5 days and 5 nights, and I tried to drink as much alcohol as I could to knock me out. But there was no rest, no sleep. And my God, he said, you're chronically depressed. And I wouldn't accept that. And I was given some antidepressants, which I didn't take. And my marriage was a sham. I rushed into a marriage with a woman who I understood she didn't love me. And I spent a lot of money, on the house and on her children, because she had children. And also, actually, after about, a couple months into marriage, I said, well, I think I'm going to leave this woman because I'm not going to be living like this. I was subject to constant criticism about myself, about my friends, about my business, about the way I ate, about my mother. I said, my God, why did he marry me for? Anyway, I was about to tell her that I'm leaving, but she spoke first and said that she was pregnant. So I kept silent and basically, although things didn't improve, I just said that when the children know me as their father, I shall be leaving. And so said, so done, I left. And my descent into drug addiction and alcoholism increased. And, I moved over to the Docklands for a while, and I was just moving around the place aimlessly. I gave up the restaurant business. In fact, I lost all interest in money or in business. All I wanted to do was just to be left alone and just to drink and smoke crack and drink alcohol and go to oblivion and to anesthetize the pain that I was feeling inside, torture. And this just continued, and it just continued into a downward spiral. I eventually found myself living in Putney, and I was going to buy that flat in Putney, on Putney Hill, but I couldn't even get that together. I couldn't get nothing together. And by that time, money began to, my money now, this is after 20 odd years of this way of living, of existence rather. The money was just running out of money now. And I didn't care about it. I said, oh, well, I'll just sober up for a couple of weeks and I can easily make some money, because I have the connections to do that very quickly and so on. But I could never get it together. I couldn't stay off drink or crack and cocaine for half a day, and but I still wouldn't admit that I was an addict or an alcoholic. And after all the money was gone, I found myself now going out and committing, shoplifting, that sort of thing, just to get some money, so I can go and buy some crack and buy some alcohol to drink. And I thought, my God, what has become of me? And, things that I said in my pride and pomp and pride years before, I said I could never be broke. Well, now that happened. I said I'd never become homeless. And lo and behold, I did become homeless. I said I'd never drink with those alcoholics on those park benches, drinking cans of Tennent's. And I ended up there drinking cans of Tennent's, this is really, and I thought, my God. And yet I still wouldn't admit that I was an addict or an alcoholic. I remember it was only after, descending so low and being homeless, I ended up living in a crack house because it became a choice of either living in a crack house or sleeping on the park bench. And I chose the crack house, which was a madhouse, basically. And, I'm so grateful that now in hindsight, I'm grateful that I was returning to that crack house one day with some stolen goods, to swap for some crack and so on. I remember the proprietor of the place said to me, how comes you never go home? I was so ashamed to admit that I was homeless. And I said, well, I'm the head of security here, and anyone who misbehaves, I'll deal with the matter. I'll get rid of them. And he just shut up, and I carried on in my shame, and riddled with regret and remorse, and resentment, and anger, and at what I'd become. And yes, and like I said, on my return to that crack house one day, I was met by some police, and they searched the bags I had and concluded that all these things must be stolen. It's all brand new stuff. And yes, and on that prison sentence that followed that, I got on my knees and I confessed to God that God help me. Father, Creator, help me. I'm in trouble. I'm a drug addict, alcoholic. I need your help. As I got up off the prison floor, about to sit on the single bed, and the cell flap over the door opened, and a prison officer said, AA meetings. And I said, what's that? To do with cars, automobile, AA? He said, oh, no. It's to do with alcohol problems, people who's got alcohol problems. And I said, my God, you've answered my prayers instantly. I said, yes, officer, put my name down. I attended that first meeting, and I was really impressed by the honesty that was displayed there, which encouraged me to get honest, and which has also encouraged me to ask for help, because I felt I don't need to ask for help. I can handle any situation by myself, and blah, blah, blah. Well, I did ask for help, and I got help from social services who financed a place for me in rehab, which I attended on my release. But prior to my release, I asked the prison drug worker. I confessed to them, actually. I said, I don't trust myself because I think I'm going to go to the off license to the right of the prison and buy a celebratory drink. And from there, I'm going to end up in another crack house. The game will be over after that drink. So they accompanied me on my release all the way to the rehab center, and where I remained for 3 months. I bared my soul in there. I cried for the first time in rehab in front of 30 people because I turned to stone. I hadn't laughed for 20 odd years, you know. My face was like stone. I'd lost all my sense of humor and all that sort of thing. And actually, when I broke down in tears was the moment when I confessed about stealing my grandma's pension book, you know, to go and cash it in order to go and buy crack. And oh yes, and some money she had saved to go to see my great uncle Austin in New York. You know, but in my mind I said, well, you know, I'll replace it, I'll put the money back and so on. But that was just the addict in me that was dishonest, just would make up any excuses just to carry on the self-destructive road that I was on. Anyway, you know, in rehab, after completing that, I used to attend AA meetings and AA meetings, and you know, felt love coming from the fellowship and some support and so forth. But again, I had a relapse when I visited a friend's place in Wembley. With the excuse that I was going there just to simply collect a bag of poems I'd left there, you know, and also I started writing a book. So I was still on the first chapter. I'd also left that there in the bag, and I said, I'm going to get that collection of poems and the book that I started and continue on that road. However, when I got to his house, I was offered a crack pipe, and which I took without hesitation. I smoked it, and which led to my being thrown out of the second stage house from rehab where I was being housed. There I was on the street again, and ended up in a place in Balham for homeless people, which was such a dump. It was a bed and breakfast place, but I wouldn't invite anyone there for a cup of tea, that's for sure. And of course, you know, I reflected on the days, you know, when I used to reflect on the days, man, you know, I used to have a collector's Mercedes and a BMW, used to have all 3, 4, 5 cars, you know, all these thousands of pounds in your pocket and all these women you had and you slept with, all that partying and you know, and the traveling was no problem, you know, going anywhere. I'd shop in Harrods, I'd shop down Bond Street, I'd shop anywhere. And if I wanted a house, I'd buy a house, you know, I could buy one easily, you know, or 2 or 3, you know. Now look at you, look at what you've become. And I thought, my God. You know, and there I was in Emscott Hotel in Balham, which has been demolished now. But before that happened, I remember I visited a social worker 3 times at near St. George's Hospital by Tooting Broadway there. When I asked him for help, he wasn't convinced, but I returned again a week or so later and said, I need help, and he still turned me away. And I returned the third time. I said, brother, I need help. I need help. After all, I've been an addict for 20 odd years at least. And I've only been 3 months in the sobriety game. And as a relapse, I've met other people in rehab who's been in rehab 3, 4, 5, 6, even 7 times. Surely you can give me another chance. Anyway, he gave me a chance, which I took, and with a stronger resolve, I even wrote more songs in this new rehab that I attended. It was called St. Augustine's in Camden Town. But the only thing about Camden Town, you had a lot of guys selling crack on the road all around Camden Town tube station, and where I had to attend some NA meeting, which is Narcotics Anonymous meetings. I had to pray to our Creator, please help me to say no, give me the strength so that I just go to the meeting and share at the meeting and so on, and learn from others, people's stories at the meeting as well. In fact, I was offered crack for free and I said no. And I remember feeling so good after that. Anyway, from that rehab, I eventually got into getting my own accommodation. And I just devoted my time to God and just used to meditate every day and go to AA and NA meetings. And for 7 years, and then going on 9 years, I was just meditating and praying and reading a lot of spiritual books and putting what I'd learned into practice, being in harmony with nature and with people, places, and things, accepting life on life's terms. And also and I returned to a life of forgiveness. I learned to forgive, because with love, there is forgiveness. I cannot love unless I'm also forgiving as well, because love and forgiveness is one. So I practiced those principles. And I forgave myself. I forgave others. I asked the ex-wife and anyone who had harmed, I had harmed at any time, even my children. I asked them for their forgiveness and declared that I had changed and demonstrated that fact by the way I was living and so forth. And no more criminal activity, no more dishonesty. That vow that I had made all these years ago was actually manifesting itself at last. I wrote many songs in rehab. The Walk of Shame was my first song, and I wrote Every Heartbeat. I wrote, many songs. When I Was With You, which was all about when I was with crack and cocaine and alcohol. So I created an album, and a girlfriend I had at the time helped to finance some of it, and which I was very grateful for. Yes, and so from there, I, gradually that void began to fill within me as I began to serve instead of taking and with dishonesty and with this and that, or with violence, I began to serve. I learned about service in NA and AA. I'd make teas and coffees for other members in the fellowship, or to do other service in other ways. I became a sponsor, and sponsored other newcomers, and so on, and taught them the 12 steps of Narcotics Anonymous and Alcoholics Anonymous. The first step is, we admitted that our lives were unmanageable, and yes, we admitted that we were, an alcoholic, drug addict, and that our lives were unmanageable. And for me, that's powerful because until I admit something, I'll never conquer it. I have to admit things. I have to bring things out into the open, because when I suppress things, I become as sick as my secret. I remember the second step is, we came to believe that a power greater than ourselves, could restore us to sanity, and yes. And anyway, I continued on that road. I became spiritually stronger as I grew in spirituality, and I kept my boundaries. I no longer went or frequented the places where, dealers, drug dealers, and thieves, and all that sort of immoral kind of living was taking place and all that. I kept well away from all that sort of thing, and to the best of my ability, I got rid of all the dealers' phone numbers and all that sort of thing, or even people who I knew who could help me make money in a illegal way or dishonest way. I got rid of all those numbers, and I just put my faith in the Most High, and little by little, I got to a place where where after completing my album, I got to a point where I wrote my book, From Rehab to Life, and basically I founded a charity called From Rehab to Life Foundation, and I've met a different world of people, and my journey continues. We're now running a soup kitchen in the East End in Aldgate East on Commercial Street next to Toynbee B Hall, in open air every Thursday at 5 p.m. till 7 p.m. And we just started a soup kitchen in Tottenham every second Tuesday of the month, from 3 to 5 p.m. It's and also there's so much more things going on. I did some acting, and I was in a movie called Last Move, played the gangster boss in that movie. And I was glad the movie wasn't about glorifying crime. In fact, it was a way of showing people this is what happens and don't go down that route. And I also appeared in another movie called Polly 2, and I appeared in some advert with Muller Light Yogurt as well, as a Rastafarian strumming a guitar under a tree. And yes, and I was, the void was beginning to fill, the more I just serve our community, serving others, spend time with my sons and daughters as much as I could. Now they were big people, so they had less time to spend with me than like when they were little children, but all the same. And these amends continue to this very day, and I'm praying from in the morning. When I get up, I just thank the Most High for waking me up and to guide and protect me throughout the day and direct my acts and my thinking. And I live that to the best of my ability on a daily basis. And the fact is that I'm also, yes, I see we've also decided to open up another soup kitchen in Islington. Yes, so that will be opening up soon. hopefully around the Archway end of Islington. And life continues. I'm very grateful to be here. I know had I carried on that route for much longer, I wouldn't be here today. You know, I know today that it's good to ask for help, and holding it down and all that thing, it doesn't work, you know. And I mean, you know, we all have our choices, but I'm glad that I had that breakthrough. I had the courage, you know, to change the things I can, you know, just like the Serenity Prayer, which is always said at the fellowships of NA and AA meetings. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Yes, and I'm wise enough today to know that the things that I can change is me, is I. But I cannot change people, places, and things. I'm powerless over people, places, and things. So all I can do, and also the fact is that a lot of my family who didn't talk to me throughout my addictions, because I had changed and had become sober and was living a life of sobriety, without me being in touch with them, they actually got in touch with me and started inviting me, you know, home to, you know, for Christmas dinner and things like that. And it really felt good to be having a relationship with my sister again, and with my mother as well, and so forth. You know, and I'm very, very, very grateful. You know, I have no resentments towards my mother, nor towards my father. You know, to be honest with you, before all this happened, before I descended into all that sort of thing, I was always forgiving my parents for the way I felt I was being ill-treated. Yes, that's how I was as a child. However, I must say I found that my sister wasn't so forgiving. My sister was born in Dominica. Oh no, my brother also, he wasn't so willing to forgive for, the abusive father that we had and the lack of love that we received. You know, we lived in a two-tier system in the house where the children in England, the two daughters, they were treated like royalty, and us from the Caribbean were treated like, like imported cheap labor or something like. Yes, but I understand today that my mother, she was a very busy career woman. You know, she actually was an actress and a model, and in fact, I'm looking on the wall there, and I can see her on the front cover of Booker T and the MGs album. You know, yeah, Doing Our Thing, the album is called. You know, and so I guess she was far too busy. So that's how I ended up doing all the chores at home. You know, if only she had said to me, well, son, I need your help. Just, do all these chores for me because mama's busy, pursuing a career and blah, blah, blah. But that wasn't explained. So I did build up a resentment for a very long time, feeling that I was being abused and used in a way that I didn't know any other child in my school was being used or abused in that way. But I guess I wasn't the only one. And truly and surely enough, it's true, because in rehab, I discovered so many people, some people I think had been through worse than myself, actually. And I give thanks and praise to the Most High for where I am today with our charity from Rehab to Life Foundation. I give thanks and praise to the Most High for my book, From Rehab to Life. And also I produced an album called Ex-Gangster's Odyssey, which is poetry to music. And I've also produced an album called From Rehab to Life, but that one there is on hold. I won't go into the reasons why too much, but let's just say that, it's very hard to believe that if I could have spent so much money producing an album and writing the songs and so on, I'd say I'd spent over £40,000 producing that album. And the fact of the matter, some people come along and they spend under £1,000 and expect to get, and I entrusted them, so to speak. I entrusted them, and the fact of the matter is that I found myself in a place where I entrusted them to register my songs with PRS, and lo and behold, when I went to release the album, I found that they were claiming 100% for this and 80% for that and 40% for that, and and so forth. Not 40%, 50% was the minimum they were claiming from my thing. I don't mind giving someone 50%, but at least they have to invest the kind of money that I did and promote the work and market the work and so on and spend money in these areas. But that did not happen. To just expect that for a quick bit of mastering for £250 and a bit of money there and there. That just really, so really and truly, that is something which I've just left as it is for the time being, and by the grace of the Most High, that will all be resolved, and one way or another. But all the same, I'm very, very, very humbly grateful to be here, and I'm grateful to be at this meeting. And all I know is that be true to yourself. Be true to yourself. Ask for help.
I agree.
And I give thanks and praise to the Most High. And thank you very much, everybody, for this.
Give thanks. Give thanks for sharing your incredible journey so far.
Thanks.
I mean, I'm just
because
has anybody got any questions? I mean, thank you for sharing. Thank you. Thank you so much. And have you got a copy of your book so we can see the cover and repeat the title and also your album that you have out?
Yes, well, this is, I don't know if you can see, this is the book here, From Rehab to Life. That's the cover there. And you can get it on Amazon.
Can you push it forward a little bit more?
Any better?
Yes.
Yes.
And and you can get this book on Amazon or any good bookstore, and if the store hasn't got a copy, they can get you a copy within a few days. And, and that is From Rehab to Life by Tamara and Gabriel. And this is the album here, Ex-Gangster's Odyssey. Can you see it? And this is also available on iTunes and Amazon and Spotify. And it's poetry to music. If you'd like, I'd recite one poem from there, maybe.
Yes, please. And do you have any copies of your bike for yourself? Because I mean, some of us don't like to go via Amazon. So is it possible?
I do. You can also get a copy of the book or the album from me if you're still playing CDs, which a lot of people these days, and yes. Well, and in that case, you'd have to contact me on 07960 976 920.
You're going to have to repeat that.
07960 976 920.
Or you can put it in the chat.
I beg your pardon?
I said you can put it in the chat as well.
in the chat. How do you mean? I'm a
Don't
bit.
worry, Auntie Jean can put it in the chat.
Okay.
Yes, much
We'll put it in the chat.
appreciated. Much appreciated. You know, I'm still a bit behind in there.
No, you're not behind.
I know you won.
You're
You're
learning.
brother.
Learning. So that's what life is about. It's a lifelong learning process.
Some of us are learning.
Yeah.
And I must say that the proceeds from the book and the album goes towards our charity, From Rehab to Life Foundation. And the aim of our charity is steering, you know, our communities away from drug and alcohol addiction, violence and crime, you know, which also leads to homelessness, as we know. And we've actually partnered up with our forgotten neighbors, with the soup kitchen, you know, because they started it, and because we're in the, you know, one is the consequence of another. It just became a natural union to work together. And of course, unity is strength. I'm a lot stronger now working with our forgotten neighbors than I was as working on my own. I say, well, we do have a couple directors on board, but however, I just felt as though I was doing so much work by myself, and now I'm working with our forgotten neighbors. I can feel how that unity there is strength, and I'm grateful to the other directors for the fact that they helped me to establish the charity, as well as the trustees as well, the 3 trustees on board. You know, but I've been working tirelessly, and I just thank God for the strength and the energy, you know, and the motivation, you know, to just keep going forward, regardless of the weather. Because our soup kitchens are always open, even if it's raining or snowing, whatever. We haven't, every time we're there to serve our community. And I love it. Such work has filled the void within me. You know, there's nothing better than the loving expression of care towards my brothers and sisters. And it's not only towards my Black brothers and sisters, but towards white brothers and sisters who are addicts and alcoholics and homeless too. You know, absolutely. And they're Chinese, whoever they are. You know, it makes no difference. You know, we're all created by the same creator, and I just give thanks and praises. As we know, even the devil was created by the Most High. And so, you know, I just give thanks and praise to the Most High for being where I am now.
We also give thanks because your journey is also lessons to everybody else. In one way or another, and also help and encouragement too. Orin, I see you have your hand up. You have a question?
Auntie Jean, why can I not see people? I've only got the brother on my screen. Is there something?
Oh, because it's been pinned. It's been pinned.
I see. Oh, okay.
Right.
Auntie Jean, can you see me?
Yes, I can see you, Joan. How you doing?
Hi.
You had your hand up as well, didn't you? You unmuted, didn't you?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question as well?
Yes, Marlene. Okay, then we go in sequence because I've already called for Orin. I called Orin, then Joan, then you, Marlene.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yes, greetings, family.
Greetings.
Brother Orin, how you doing?
Yes, I'm fine, thanks. Yeah, man, one love to you all and support. Yes, Vander Peter, great hearing your story, still in one sense, with those experiences still from a child coming up. You would expect great love in that initial stage, but unfortunately, it weren't there. Me and your dad part still based on what you expect. But what I'm going to want to say after still, why was it so compelling? Yeah, what was the drive or such a strong desire? Like for example, to use in the substance blend, and especially repeatedly.
You mean taking drugs?
Yes.
What was so compelling? I was in pain, brother, and I was anesthetizing that pain. I was in pain. I was a tortured soul, and I was trying to escape by basically, in retrospect, you know, I was slowly committing suicide, but I didn't realize it at the time. My best moment was going to sleep. You know, I looked forward to just being asleep, you know, and every time I woke up, I said, oh my God, not again, you know, and the pain would just rise up within me, and that emptiness inside and that feeling of absolute oblivion, you know, that's where I was, brother. And that was my best effort. I was self-medicating rather than accepting the drugs from the GP, antidepressants and all that. You know, I self-medicated. That was like my self-medication, brother. That's all it was. There was no fun in it. I wasn't, you know, I couldn't say that I was really enjoying myself and getting high and having a great time. No, I was just a tortured soul. Also, the fact is that I had been betrayed time and time again by people who informed on me, and I did so many prison sentences, and really and truly, it's traced right back. I traced the pain right back to when I had to leave the island of Dominica, and before that, it actually began when my parents left me in Dominica to come to England. You know, I felt abandoned. It left me with a feeling of abandonment, you know, and I turned to my grandmother and said, you're my mother, you know, yes. And I wasn't interested in my mother and father anymore because I felt that they'd abandoned me. So what's the point going to those who had abandoned you? You know, and that's how I felt as a little child, an infant growing up. And these things, because I never spoke about them, you know, they just grew and grew and grew. They just, you know, they didn't grow. In fact, they just ate at me. They were like a cancer. They were just eating away. So, you know, it's becoming more and more. I just became so empty. A void. That was it. I tried to fill that void, and I tried to anesthetize the pain that came with that void and the traumas that I'd been through. And
what I would like to add here, like for example, for me personally, because in this life here itself, me as an individual, just you and human being in general, a person, there's so much energy or influences that do affect people. Sometimes some people are aware of it, some of them are down, but growing up still, there's certain things we're meant to be taught about and effective with. It is up to us, in a sense. If we have, like, for example, if I was given certain things, then it would have been up to me, like, for example, to use my discretion, use my observation, and the whole thing makes sense. But I must say, on a quick note still, that I personally have had very terrible experiences to do with some of those compelling forces that telling me to do negative stuff, and I could not pick up what the hell the thing was. I just couldn't pick it up, and I'm talking about here out. And it took me a very long time before me realized what was the problem, and the problem was negative spirit interference. I've even gone as far as to work out like just like I have 20 people. They have 20 spirits. You can have 50 spirits. And you can just have one or two or whatever talking to you. And it's connected off your back. So it's going to continue to be there until in some cases, because the main goal or the main aim for such spirits still is to destroy the individual.
Yes, brother. You know, we're talking on another level now. Indeed. Yes, evil spirits, and they would manifest themselves through a man like my father. I saw evil in his eyes. I remember, you know, saying to my father while he was beating me in a locked room so that my mother couldn't intervene, who we used to beat up as well. I said, but Daddy, I said, you know, I love you. Why are you beating me? And I saw his eyes, just the hate and it was horrendous. And he hit me even harder. I remember I pissed myself. you know, as the pain cut through my body and through my nerves. It was horrendous, brother. So he was a man possessed. And yes, I agree, brother, that, you know, the Satan, some people would say Satan or Beelzebub, you know, the devil and all that, evil spirits, they come to test us through other people, as well as they come to test us in our own minds as well as thoughts. You know, oh, we do this or do that, you know, and they make it sound good. And it sounds like, you know, yeah, it sounds pretty sensible, or it sounds plausible. But at the end of the day, it's just death and destruction awaiting, brother, you know. You know, like I would say, it's like jails, institutions, and death is where, you know, those thoughts lead, you know, and yes, and also, yes, I was battling those demons. And to tell you the truth, brother, I realized that cocaine and alcohol actually opened up the doors to these demons.
More.
You know? Yes, I remember the doctor said to me, "Oh, alcohol is a depressant. You know, it's not. So when I take it, it's not like it's antidepressant. It's actually going to make my depression worse." And the cocaine as well, you know, it just led me to you know, it was leading me to the cemetery, really, you know, and, but it's just that we, at the time, it's, you know, it just became after a while, you know, addiction suddenly, that's where you know, you're an addict, is because suddenly I found myself taken over by a desire to use, you know. It was, how could I say, you know, I used to live, you know, I used these substances thinking that I was gonna live, you know, for the day, you know, instead of the opposite.
It's physically destroying your body as well. And I would just say, I just want to very quick. When I found out what the problem was, that it linked to a demonic spirit, yeah?
Yes.
And because of the fact that we know that if my car have a mechanical problem, I'm going to go to the mechanic. If we have a toothache, I'm going to go to the dentist. If we have an eye problem, I'm going to go to the optician. What came to my mind, what I've been told, is to go to the church that deal with spiritual matter. And all I was going around, many of them, I couldn't get any assistance whatsoever until I find, I would say, a good source. And it really helped. But one love, my brother, blessed Auntie Jean, Sister Nzingha, and the whole family. Much love.
And thank you to Oren. Thank you very much, Oren, and thank you for answering our email for the Space Hive. Thank you for your donation as well, and those others who also donated via the email. Thank you.
Much welcome, much welcome.
Joan, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Sister Jean. Thank you, Sister Nzingha, for reminding me to be here. Your voice of the word, I must say. And thank you, my brother, Vander Peter. You know, I joined a bit late, but however, I understand and I listened to quite a lot of what you've said. And, you know, I must say, I'm really pleased and happy that you found yourself at the time you did, and you definitely come out and make a change. And also, there's so many people out there suffering because they don't know how to manage their issues. And I'm just wondering whether or not you, you know, you speak like at functions, or you tell your story or your journey to anyone else, and how do you do it? How you go about do it? Do you have like on a radio station, or do you go to events? And you know, I just want to know, because at the end of the day, somebody like you I'd like to link up with.
Yes, well, thank you for that. The fact is that when I formed the charity From Rehab to Life Foundation, aiming to steer our communities away from addiction, violence, and crime, it was the intention. The aim was to get into prisons, to do workshops in prisons and in schools, because we believe prevention is better than cure amongst the youths. That is our prime concern is to steer the children away from these pitfalls, these vices in life, you know, and also workshops in community centers and other venues and in rehabs as well. And we actually done some online workshops last year via MediaNet Live. We've done a series of workshops there, but the intention was to do them in the actual space of a building where we can all be together and have questions and answers and Q&A. Before the lockdown came, you know, we ran some yoga and meditation classes, which is very good, a way to connect with oneself and to and all that, to get that positive energy to help us have the courage to change our ways and listen to the voice of our Creator instead of the voice of demons. You know, we also ran some nutrition classes, which was to help people to brothers and sisters to live more healthily. And we had bereavement counseling as well. And also there's drug and alcohol counseling. And basically, you know, a lot of different therapies also, like Reiki and reflexology and massage and so forth. All these things are set in place, but as a charity, we're very new, and where we had to cancel a lot of stuff that we had planned to do from last year. Yes, and now as things may be opening up, we're hoping to get back into, you know, into community centers and get into the schools and prisons. But now the schools are going to be closed very soon, so that won't be till September if things go back to, not go back, but if we're allowed to go into school. So there's a lot of stuff that is on hold. So I'm really grateful for the soup kitchen. At the soup kitchen, we identify drug addicts, alcoholics there. We offer them help, you know, because we can refer them to rehab, or also we can refer them to, detox centers, or homeless. We refer them to the, you know, we can refer them to the homeless agencies for the homeless and so on. And, you know, we're doing what we can with what we've got, and as far as the law is concerned, as much as we're allowed to do is what we're doing at the moment. And but we're hoping things will open up. You know, we need more counselors, we need more volunteers, because 1 or 2 counselors in our book isn't really enough. There's an epidemic out there. You know, there's a lot of homeless people out there and so on and so forth. We're not saying that we're going to make their life change overnight for the better, but at least we are going to help them onto the right track. We're prepared to go. We intend to even meet people at the prison gates and accompany them to the rehab or to the detox center, because people come out of prison as addicts, you know, who went in there who weren't addicts, because drugs are available in the prison. And you know, things like that, to help them to get a job, or, you know, get some work experience and things like that. And most of all, help them to put up their boundaries so that they're no longer associated with these people. Because if you keep going to the barber with your long locks, you know, one of these days you're going to get a haircut. You know what I'm saying? So if you mix amongst thieves, one day you're going to end up stealing. You still keep mixing around with drug addicts and alcoholics, one day you're going to have that drink and that drug. So, you know, we encourage them in all these ways and support them after giving them the tools. You know, we're still there in touch with them to support them on their journey as much as possible.
That's brilliant. We've got Marlene. Is it possible to turn the light on while Marlene, you give your question?
Hello.
Yes,
Peter? Yes.
Oh, I think I need to turn my light on, actually.
Yes, I was asking that.
Yeah.
I thought he was asking me, actually.
Is this any better? No, it's not.
It's better than it was.
Hold on a minute. Just a second. Oh, how about that?
Much
Yes,
better.
much better. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, what I would like to say is, what you just mentioned, a lot of the activities, you could have done them online while the lockdown was going on, because a lot of activities took place online, you know, exercise and, you know, a number of things you mentioned while you were saying. It would have been good to have been able to continue that instead of, you know, not doing anything with the people that you had all these things set up for, because
You're assuming, Marlene,
Yeah.
that they have computers.
Yes, well,
true.
I agree. Well, we
True.
did do some online workshops, you know.
Yeah,
Some
that's what I mean.
online workshops. That's as far as we went. You know, it was a bit difficult to, you know, as far as certain therapies are concerned, like the Reiki and things like that, you need to be with the person, and things that
Oh
were
yeah,
had
that
to
one.
be cancelled, you know, because they.
But you mentioned many other things, but like
the
Nzingha
classes.
said, maybe they didn't have computers. You
Mm.
know, but anyway, that wasn't my question. My question was actually, I missed most of your talk, but what you talked about is a common thing that happened to many people, you know, breakdown of families and what have you. I just wondered what's the reason you would say that your sisters couldn't forgive your parents for what they had done, you know, why they found it so difficult. And also another thing, people like to talk about beating children and you make them better, you know, behave better differently. In cases like yours and many cases, that's why they abandon beating children. It is not good. It can actually add to the situation. There's other ways, better ways to deal with children. I've never been an advocate of beating children either.
Absolutely.
You know, but yeah, back to your sisters or whatever.
Yes.
It
Well, it was
just
a sister
interesting.
and a brother, actually. One sister and a brother. The other two sisters, they were treated like princesses, royalties. So
Which
they
is so wrong. Which is so.
But my sister Verena, who departed from this world, God bless her soul. It'll be 3 years this August the 28th. I used to tell her, please, you're a big woman now. Forgive Mama, you know, and forgive Papa for all these things. You know, look, it's making you ill. All that resentment, I said, is eating you up. But she couldn't forgive because she held on to the fact that she was just a child. And how could they do that to her? She hadn't done anything wrong. And she couldn't separate herself from that. You know, she refused to let go. You
There's a
know,
lot of pain.
and anger and resentment are things that really and truly, she was imprisoned by her anger and her resentment, you know, and even, you know, shame, so forth, you know, for the way she was treated, given, you know, the ugly dresses while they got all the beautiful dresses and so forth. I mean, I could see where she was coming from, but I said, but I've forgiven them. Let go. It's bad for your health. And her health just deteriorated and deteriorated. It just ate her up. I'm sure that is a main factor in her not being here with us today. And also my brother, who found it so hard to forgive with, you know, so much anger. He couldn't let go of that anger, couldn't accept. So accept it, accept it, because unless we accept these things that, yes, this and that happened and so on, we hold on to them. We become a prisoner to them. But when we accept and we admit, yes, it's just unfortunate that it happened to us, but but we let go of these things, then we can get well. But he held on to resentment so as much as I remember telling him about our dad, and he said, "Don't talk about that man. If I see him, I'll kill him," he said. You know, and I knew what he felt like, because I remember a time in our house in 7 Groombridge Road, where our garden went into Wells Street Common, you know, and my father was sleeping as he was a night worker. And a thought came to me, like the brother mentioned there, demon came along in my thoughts and said, look, just get a knife and stab your father in the heart in his sleep, and you'll never have trouble again. He'll never beat you again. But I didn't follow that sort. I didn't do it, you know.
And what happened to the sisters or the others that was treated like princesses?
Well, they grew up sort of, they actually, to tell you the truth, with all the pampering that they got, one of my sisters, she ended up in a relationship where she just ended up looking after a man for the last 40 years or so, you know what I'm saying? Which has also affected her health, you know. She got so much love at home, and then suddenly she found that she found herself looking after a man who was capable of looking after himself, and the stress and the strain of looking after a man and all his ambitions. They want money for this and that, and raising up the children at the same time. She's ended up with a stroke, you know, and also with MS, you know, and all that stress, you know, and
the other one?
And the other one, well, she just turned to overeating. She just, and, you know, yes, and she just blew up to about 20 stone, you know, so I find it amazing that she's still alive, really. The amount of weight she's put on, I wonder how she manages to walk, you know, and it's just a shame, really. But
the motto of the story, motto of the story: don't treat any of your children different to others. Treat them all equally, because all of them land up suffering the pain of the situation.
Yeah, one way or another. Thank you, Marlene. We're going to our next person who's got a question. Galactic Clyde, and then Cassandra will be the last one.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Vander Peter, for your explanation and to give us a background or insight into your life and how you're able to maneuver in that sense. Can you tell us a little about the cover of your book? Because I put something in the chat there, but tell us a little about the decision on the cover of your book.
Well, the decision on the cover of the book is, as you can see, there's from rehab to life. So that side where it's dark is when I was in rehab. And on the bright side is where I've returned to life. It's like, you know, from hell to heaven, you know? Okay. So that's the story behind that, basically.
Okay, because I put something in the chat about Jonas, which is the January's name after Jonas, which is the two-faced, and you're showing the two-faced, one looking both ways.
Yes, and also that's of course that's also part of the addict. Well, as an addict, you know, it's like you got two heads. One is telling you, don't go there, don't take any drugs, don't steal, don't do this. You're gonna end up homeless, you're gonna end up broke, you're gonna end up abandoned by all your friends, this and that. And then there's the dark side saying, well, come on, we'll just do it one more time for this day, you know, and let's just ease the pain, you know. It's such a cruel world. You know, if they were in as much pain as you, they'd do the same thing as you. So if you want to abandon these habits, you know, we'll do it tomorrow. And that was the sort of that was the verse that kept repeating itself for years. You know? Yes, and foolishly, I listened to those voices and made those negative choices, and until I got to the point where the pain was far too much to bear anymore, because I was in pain. Even when I took the drugs and drank the alcohol, I was still in pain, and I knew I'd come to an end of that. And, you know, and actually losing my flat and all my money, and losing my principles that I had, my integrity and things like that, and morals that I staunchly kept. I didn't lose all my morals, thank God, you know, because, you know, my God, you know, it's a horrendous place where you find men turning into homosexuals and women turning into lesbians and all sorts of things. I just thank God I didn't get involved with that. But, you know, but stealing from my grandma, I thought that was impossible, you know, or going into shoplifting and all that sort of thing, you know. I remember even once picking up dog ends from the pavement. I said I'd never do that, just to save myself some money so I could buy crack instead, because, you know, at the time I was on hard times, and every pound counted, and every pound was for crack and coke and alcohol, you know. So if I could just crush some cigarettes and put them in a pouch, you know, and, you know, like, because I'd pretend I'd have a pouch of roll-ups, tobacco, and make roll-ups with that, you know. And I thought, my God, this is what it's come to. And things that I swore I'd never do things like that. But also I got to add this, that I was full of pride, you know, and that pride caused me not to ask for help, you know, and really and truly, and God showed me all the things that I said wouldn't happen to me, they happened to me, you know. I said most of them anyway happened to me. You know, and I'm
we give thanks for your recovery, and thanks for sharing your part, and you know, bless you, give thanks.
Yeah, bless you too, brother.
We'll meet.
Thank you. And Sister Cassandra, unmute yourself. We still can't hear you.
I have asked her to unmute.
Oh, that's it. Brilliant.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Auntie Jean. And thank you, Vander Peter. What a story. And it's not a story. It is a story, but it's a story of your life.
Yes.
And I'm sitting here and I'm choked with both sadness, because the journey that you had to experience. Look where you are today. So there's another side of me that is full of joy, you know?
Yes.
But I think I've got more of a statement to make. When you were talking about, you know, you used to have your weed and you used to sell your weed, and then all of a sudden, you know, all your friends was doing the coke, and they all started to line the weed with the coke. And
well, actually, used to line the thing on the table or on the glass, on the glass or whatever, or, you know, something like that, and used to snort it, you know, rolled up with a rolled up paper money, you know, and we used to like to do it in 50-pound notes, actually, when they came around, you know. It was
my phone is about to die, but so I'll just say thank you. I did want to ask a question. My phone's about to die, but thank you for being so transparent. Your story, it just needs to be told to a vast audience.
Indeed, and we're, by the grace of the Most High, so shall it be, my dear sister.
Yeah.
And thank you for that. Thank you for your encouragement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you, Nzingha.
Hi there.
Hello. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful, but I'm going to have to say good night because this phone's about to die.
Okay, no worries.
Good night. And there's a question I need to ask Queen Nzingha. Vander did, before all the questions, Vander did ask if he could read one of his poems.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something quickly, Auntie Jean?
Is it?
Please?
We've really gone right over time.
No, can I just say to him, the book about his sisters and his brother, has he written a book about it, and can he write a book about it? Because it applies to so many families in our community.
Marlene, were you the one to songwriting?
No, he started it, and he would do a good job, because I love the way he expresses himself, and he's so open with it, and he feels free to talk about it. And, you know, the story needs to be out there.
Yes,
can you write a book on it, please? I hope someone can help you.
Yes, there's other books to come, sister, you know, one at a time.
I love the way you talked about your sister, what happened to the good ones, what happened to the ones that suffered.
Thank you,
that
Marlene.
story needs.
Marlene,
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd love to hear him again.
Yes, I know. But
we'll bring Tamara back on.
Okay,
right.
for a poem.
Yes, please.
Yes, this one is called The Absence of Light. As I slipped into the darkness at the dawn, in boxes only, by the riverbank, yet somehow I never jumped in, although the voice that beckoned me from the waters was enchantingly convincing. As trains rolled into the station, my back was glued to the wall, so I wouldn't fall or dive, thus keeping myself alive. I was hanging by a thread instead of a rope. My mortality clung to a glimmer of hope. I wasn't that innocent, having brutalized men and women for pride and money, let down God Almighty, myself, friends and family, and many members of society. Remorse, resentment, guilt, and shame, with feelings and emotions that have no name, that which I could never, ever explain. Accepting life on life's terms gave me the balance and gave me the peace I needed for the power of love to be released. As self-centeredness gradually became deceased. Cleansed with confession and forgiveness, I was no longer a prisoner of the past. Now became the only place to be, with the future always looking bright. Now I know the darkness is always the absence of light. I repeat, now I know the darkness is always the absence of light. Yes.
Yes, thanks. Wow, amazing.
Yes. Yeah. I've been living in the darkness for too long. I'm so glad to be in the light.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
So what we're doing now?
Thank you so much. That was absolutely brilliant. We're gonna have to have you on for poetry as well, you know.
Oh, yes, I've got lots of poems, you know. I'd like to recite a little short one called Blues Dance.
Okay.
Wearing our two-tone tonic, 3-ply mohair suits, with shiny brogues and Chelsea boots, on our way to a blues dance at 2 a.m. by car, taxi, and foot. What a thrill to hear the reggae bass line from around the block as tweeters tweeted like birds on a treetop. Lead vocals and harmonies sounding so sweet, as if saying, hurry, come, get curry, goat, rice and peas, red stripe and cherry beet, for which we have to spend money after we've paid the entrance fee. but dancing with the girls are free.
Love that.
Yes. And I've got one more short, tiny.
No.
Okay. All right, let's go.
You'll have me here all night.
Yeah, that Queen Nzingha do next time when you come on. Please save a
Depending, if you're here to the end, then we'll love to hear it.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Yes,
absolutely.
there's another brother waiting to come on, isn't there?
Yes, yeah, and please, and also Queen Nzingha, she's on now.
Yes, and the sister, yes, indeed.
Yes, okay.
And greetings, Brother Vander, and as everybody has already said, a great presentation and you know, a really informative story about the damage that is being done to a lot of children out there.
Yes, indeed. It needs to be told. It needs to be heard. All this holding it down hasn't worked. You know, we've got a lot of damaged brothers and sisters out there.
Yep.
And some of them are older than me or younger
Yep.
than me.
I'm sure.
Indeed.
For sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, we need to talk, you know, talk.
Most definitely. Most definitely. These secrets are killers.
Yes, they do.
And so it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to our one and only Queen Nzingha Assata. And Queen Nzingha is going to be talking about the our Garveyite women. And this one in particular is the dynamic warrior queen of Miami.
Mena.
Mena, okay. Sorry, thank you. This queen is now yours and welcome.
Thank you, sis. And greetings, family, everyone. And, you know, big up Brother Vander for that interesting discussion. Just linking into that, I didn't hear the Harry story, but I did hear all of the backlash on greetings, Brother Adisa, the backlash on LBC about this particular thing, because that's exactly apparently what he was talking about, was the damage that he had suffered from his own father, Prince Charles. Not that that's our business, but it just goes to show that this damage is everywhere, and that Prince Charles had received this damage from his own father. And yet what people were saying was, they need to stop talking about it. How can you stop talking about something that is causing damage to people? So just to add that in to Brother Vander's story. Okay, so those of you who know me already know that my name is Nzingha Assata, that I am a political activist of many years standing in the community, that I'm author of In Praise of Our Ancestors and Women in the Garvey book and poster, and that I have been doing presentations on highlighting the legacy of the women who were part of the Marcus Garvey movement in the last century. Now, today I'll just tell you how I'm going to approach today. I'm going to share two of my own personal poems with you first. Then I'm going to just give you a little quote on something that came up looking at the film on Marcus Garvey, Look for Me in the Whirlwind. Then I'm going to go into the discussion about this warrior woman and journalist, Madame de Mena, and finish up with an essay from Amy Jakes Garvey, who was a good friend and supporter of Madame de Mena. So let me start with, and I want to share this particular poem because it was written in 1984, and it's the first ever poem that I wrote. And it was like an awakening of the damage that had been done to us as a people by enslavement. And it's called The Proud African. One day I looked within and saw someone else, not myself as I was or used to be, but a new self, a self that traveled back in time to a far off past in a distant land, a land which I knew not. And there I saw in the distance the agonized faces of my brothers and sisters. The chains had been loosened, but the scars remained. deep in the minds and hearts of the proud African. My spirit sank, my mind recoiled from the cruel reality of the enslavement of Africans. Could this really have happened? I thought aloud. No one answered me. And so my mind, as it raced through time, was filled with speculation. For the horror and anguish there before me, daring me to open my mind to the truth of what was done to the proud African. Our ancestors tried so hard to be brave and strong, and I can feel within me their spirit stirring as I behold the lash upon their backs, scarring them for life. Could this be true, I asked myself, that human beings carried out this evil, this shameful, cruel abuse and terror, and nearly destroyed the proud African? Who did this evil to us Africans, I asked. From somewhere far off in the distance came the reply. Fellow human beings destroyed, used and abused the proud African. As I looked on, my eyes enlarged, the horror came nearer and nearer, threatening to engulf me in a sea of unreality. I must get back, I cried, back to my world of safety. Too late, said the voice of the proud African. I didn't blink as I recognized the crease of pain upon their brow and felt my heart break that they should have suffered such torment and shame for the Arab and white man's greed. Time has moved on, but still today they are here, still oppressing the proud African. So people, don't expect me to smile or laugh at your cruel jokes and insensitivity, for they touch the heart of me and mine, for we bear the scars of the proud African.
Wow.
Now, that poem was, if you like, an awakening. It was, you know, when you start to see things that you didn't see before?
Yes.
And so that was that poem for me in terms of looking at our history and looking at what has happened to us. And yeah, so thank you.
Thank
the
you.
next, no, that's great. The next poem I want to share is a poem about relationships, and it's called Don't Tell Me, Tell Him. You tell me that he treats you bad and how this makes you sad. You tell me that he stays out late and how this makes you mad. You tell me that he refuses to help around the house and how this makes you feel bad. Well, sister, times have changed, so don't tell me, tell him. I'm sorry that he's bad to you, but honestly, sister, what are you going to do? For at the end of the day, it's really up to you to tell him what you expect from him, to make him understand that this type of lifestyle isn't what you want from your man. So tell him, sister, go on, tell him. He's got no more rights than you to behave in a bad way. But sister, you have to decide what action you will take, because when all is said and done, it's up to you to tell him. So don't be frightened, don't be shy. You have equal rights, just like your man. Don't allow them to be trampled on. So go on, sister, tell him. You'll be doing yourself and him a favor. And I wrote this poem quite a while ago now when I was organizing political education workshops for women, along with Sister Affion and Sister Njiri at 365 Brixton Road in Brixton. And the poem just looks at the way that many women are always complaining about their partners, but they don't want to take responsibility for exercising their power. They want to complain day in, day out. Dr. Frances Cress-Welsing, in her book, ISIS Papers, she describes this as circular thought, where we go on round and round and round the problem, but we never face the solutions. Moving on now to look at the Garveyite women. And I came across this printout that I had looking at a film. I don't know if many of you have heard of the film. It's about Marcus Garvey, and it's called Look for Me in the Whirlwind. But both his sons had something to say about women. And I just thought I'm going to share this with everybody today, because it just highlights how much contribution women made to the Garvey movement and how strong and determined they were to create a change for our people. So the quote is, it says, as Garvey's sons say in the film, the women proved to be the backbone of the Garvey movement. Women were very active in the movement on many levels. As the People's Events page on this issue says, they were members of female auxiliaries, which we've spoken of before, the Black Cross Nurses and the Universal African Motor Corps, and of various social and working women's clubs that formed within the UNIA, in conjunction with all local divisions in areas in New York. They served as delegates to international conventions, representing their local divisions, and argued their viewpoints from the floor. They served as teachers of the juvenile divisions, and when they were young girls, they were part of the youth groups and participated in the different activities. In some local divisions, they made up the majority of the UNIA members. Women served as UNI regional, national, and international organizers and as local officers. They sold stocks for the Black Star Line Shipping Corporation and helped to arrange and run UNIA programs and meetings. Every local branch had a lady president, and individual women were stars in the national and international leadership of the UNIA. Isn't that phenomenal what our women were doing over a century ago? Taking up leadership positions, not sitting back waiting for somebody to come and call them or somebody to carve out a slot for them, putting themselves forward to be the champions of change for our people. So let's move on now to look at Madame de Mena. Now, in previous presentations about Garveyite women, we established the fact that the Garvey movement enabled Black women to take on leadership roles in the organization at a time in history when most places females were being treated as inferior to men. We also established that the UNIA's policy on women as leaders was not without flaws, as evidenced by the challenges presented by the women at the UNIA convention in Harlem in 1922. But women such as Madame de Mena played a leading role in the development of the Garvey organization and in other areas of Black people's lives. Pan-Africanist, journalist, a dedicated contributor to the development of UNIA, ACL, and the UNIA was the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. She was born Leonie Tapu in St. Martinville, Louisiana on December the 10th, 1879. She was one of 8 children. Her father was a farmer and her mother worked from home raising the children. Her parents separated just a couple of years after her birth in 1881. And it is recorded that de Mena and her siblings had very little education opportunities whilst her parents were married. And it wasn't until the separation when her mother moved to a more urban area where they were able to access good educational opportunities. In terms of other aspects of her earlier life, the documentation doesn't have much. There's not a lot recorded about her early life, apart from the fact that in the census in the United States, it showed that she relocated to Nicaragua early in the 20th century, but was a regular and frequent traveler back and forth between Nicaragua and the United States of America. She actually married a Nicaraguan citizen called Francis H. Mena, which is why her name changed from Leonie Tapu to de Mena. Where Madame de Mena came from, it doesn't actually say, but it may be because a lot of the documentation shows her to be a very, flamboyant and beautiful woman. And she was always immaculately dressed and very confident and able to move in any circles. So that might be why she got the name Madame de Mena. She also took on Nicaraguan citizenship and was fluent in Spanish. There is evidence before she joined the Garvey organization and became a very active member, she was actually exposed to Garvey and Garveyism in Nicaragua and the work of the UNIA, and that it was through this exposure that she actually became a committed and dedicated member of the movement when she returned to America in 1922. At that time, it is suggested that over 1/3 of all UNIA branches and chapters were located in Central America. There was 23 in Costa Rica, 8 branches in Honduras, and 5 in Nicaragua. And as well as the chapters that were established to advance and promote Garvey and Garveyism, the popularity of the Negro World newspaper was prolific in those areas. And as I've mentioned before, the Negro World newspaper was the mouthpiece of the Garvey organization. And at one point in time, you could be imprisoned for having a copy of the Negro World newspapers in your possession, because the powers that be, and even some of our own people like W.B. Du Bois, H. Philip Randall, and others in America, didn't want Garvey's movement to succeed. So they ganged up on Garvey and created a Garvey Must Go platform. And so this is why the authorities were seeking to intimidate people who read the Negro World newspaper. So Miami, as we've commonly known as Madame de Mena, became an international organizer for the Garvey organization during the 1920s. She also served for a time as editor of the Negro World newspaper. And in her role as international organizer and as a key leader, she was promoting the teachings of Garveyism across the African diaspora. And in that, she was helping Henrietta Vinton Davis. Now, we've mentioned Henrietta Vinton Davis before, who was one of the key presidents of the organization and also an international organizer, and one of the key delegations to Liberia when the Garvey organization was thinking of relocating some of its work there. So she helped Madame de Mena to establish new chapters of the UNIA organization. And she also sometimes acted as a translator because, as I was saying earlier, there were a number of branches being set up in South America, which is often Spanish speaking. And so she would translate for them and help to organize the different promotional tours that were being conducted. So de Mena, like many leading Garveyite women, was a gifted orator and a powerful political organizer. She was also very adept at mobilizing people in the community. She traveled extensively with Amy Jakes Garvey in the mid to late 1920s, around 1925-27, and they were visiting UNIA divisions across America to galvanize Black men and women to generate financial support for Garvey's defense campaign following his arrest and subsequent imprisonment in the Tombs prison in Atlanta. This tour was described by Amy Jakes Garvey as grueling, a schedule of speaking and fundraising which allowed no rest except when traveling on the midnight trains. Now, can you imagine? We have access to so much luxury in contemporary times. Yet with mobile phone, we don't even have to leave our house to make a phone call. We got it right there sitting, we have internet where we can, these are people traveling at a time when, if you remember, I've mentioned it before, people were being subject to lynchings in America for no reason other than the fact that you was Black.
Yeah.
So, you know, just thinking of all of that work that they put in, we really need to fix up as a people and get on board and start doing the real work that needs to be done. So it highlights the dedication and commitment which these women were prepared to give, sacrificing for the advancement and development of our people. And this is one of the big problems today when, as I've said, we have so much technology and conveniences, There are so few willing to follow their example and make serious sacrifices. So much talking and not enough commitment to the actual doing. So moving on, later in the mid-1920s, she actually traveled across Virginia, where she was promoting Garveyism and oversaw the election of certain officers to the local divisions of the UNIA branches to further that work. So when we are reading or hearing about the hard work, activism and dedication of our women in the last century, I hope that the information inspires you to examine this legacy in terms of what, if any, contribution you are making. Are you helping to organize? Are you giving support to the organizations and groups who are working to change conditions for all of our people? Are you helping to share information in the community with your family and friends? Can you be called upon to help out in the community? The race needs more people who will stand up and play a part, as opposed to so many armchair warriors. Now, Madame de Mena subsequently, after the Garvey organization began to become very fragmented, when Garvey was imprisoned, she moved to Jamaica and became an important figure in the politics there between 1930 and 1940. She was the co-founder of the Women's Liberal Club in 1937, which was established for several reasons. It was established to build a Jamaican national identity with the aim of fostering and developing a national spirit amongst the women of Jamaica. Also to encourage women to take an active and intelligent interest in local events and world affairs. Also for them to study and have a greater understanding of African history, and to examine social and economic conditions, both at home and abroad. And finally, to advance the status of Jamaican women, both socially and politically. Madame de Mena worked with other activists who were also Garveyite or who supported Garvey's ideology. Women such as Adina Spencer, who I think I've mentioned before. She was a leading activist in the labor movement in Jamaica during the 1930s, and she was also one of the lady presidents of the Kingston branches of the UNIA. Satya Earle, another activist, Amy Bailey, and they did their work through the Women's Liberal Club. Now, Amy Bailey was a staunch believer in Garvey's ideology, and she and Adina Spencer and Una Marston actually formed the Jamaica Save the Children Fund, which the aim was to provide support and assistance to families in Jamaica at a time when people were suffering a lot of economic hardship. So as I've said, they formed the Women's Liberal Club to fight for the rights of our people, but they had a particular focus on examining and improving the employment opportunities for women. Another area that Madame de Mena and Amy Bailey established was a domestic training school for domestic helpers, so that they would be, if you like, excellent in the services that they provided, and in this way they would have access to the job opportunities, and in this way could look after their families. So the Women's Liberal Club had a major impact on the lives of middle strata women in Jamaica. Its successes in organizing women came from their experience. Many of the initiators are derived from their organizational experiences in the UNIA. The Women's Liberal Club raised issues in the society on behalf of ordinary working women. They challenged the legitimacy of the upper classes and the white women in Jamaica at the time by putting forward the need for services for everyday Black women. They condemned the racist behavior of the upper class women and for their role in inhibiting the leadership potential of Black women. In 1939, their first women's conference pressed the demands for wider jobs in education, in the police force, in civil society, and in the judiciary. They demanded equal political rights for women on the same terms as men, and called, and Amy Bailey in particular, advocated this to the Moyne Commission. Now, the Moyne Commission was set up in the 1930s when there was a massive depression and people were not able to have employment, and there was a lot of poverty and a lot of hardship and distress. And the Moyne Commission was examining all the factors that were contributing to this hardship. And so these women presented before the Moyne Commission what the issues were on behalf of the local people in Jamaica. And Amy Bailey in particular pressed for the registration of men and the enforced contribution of them to their children's financial maintenance. At the time, this was a big problem on the different islands, not just in Jamaica, where children weren't being properly financed by their fathers. Another area that they pressed for was birth control advice to be promoted amongst women. One of the accolades given to women of the UNIA in the book Garvey's Work and Impact is that the UNIA was the training ground for Black feminists of the 1930s. From its ranks came both the liberals and the women of the working classes who helped to organize the early labor movement. And this is evidenced by the work, as I've said, of people like Madam Mena, Adina Spencer, Satya Earle, Amy Bailey, Una Marston. Several of the women from the Women's Liberal Club made statements to the Moyne Commission. The Bailey sisters and Madam Mena were part of this delegation, and as a result of their representation, the government granted the women's demand for political rights, and they subsequently organized a campaign where another Black woman, Mary Morris Knibb, was elected to serve in the Kingston and St Andrews Parish Council, because prior to that, Black women in particular had no representation in the political arenas at all. Mary Morris Knibb was a political activist of her day, seeking to bring real change for Black families in Jamaica. Not only was she one of the women who presented evidence to the commission, she was active as a member of the Women's League and the Anti-Tuberculosis League. She did much to expose and challenge the oppressive racist behavior of the ruling classes in Jamaica. And as I say, I mention her because of the support given to her by the Garveyite Women from the Women's Liberal Club, who I've already named. Now, Madam Mena continued her work in Jamaica well into the 1950s. She prevailed in trying to advance the work of Garvey and the Garvey movement, remembering now that Garvey died in 1940. So obviously she was a committed person to this movement, because even in the 1950s, she was still championing that work because she believed in it as an ideological framework for the advancement of our people. At this time, the organization was experiencing turmoil in the form of fragmentation, scant financial resources, and limited support from the mainly male leadership. And despite her failing health, because she actually was diagnosed with cancer at this point, but she continued and persisted with this work, even writing letters to the existing president of the UNIA at the time, Thomas W. Harvey, in 1953, where she was seeking financial help to organize mass meetings to attract new members. And she was doing this in areas where there had been high support for the UNIA and its work. She was also liaising with other nationalist women and had some support from Amy Jakes Garvey, who at the time herself was busy raising her 2 teenage sons and tirelessly promoting the work of her husband. Madam Mena passed away in October 1953, leaving behind a legacy of helping to sustain Black nationalist politics, promoting self-determination, racial pride, economic self-sufficiency, anti-colonialism, and a Pan-African agenda, all of which contributed to the independence of African and Caribbean countries in the 50s and 60s from the oppressive European colonizers. And I just want to share her obituary, which is published in this book, Set the World on Fire, which is a book about Black nationalist women and the global struggle for freedom. And that book is written by a sister called Keisha N. Blaine. And if anybody's interested, it is available.
Hold it back up again, please.
Yep, it's called Set the World on Fire by Keisha N. Blaine. And it's a great book. One, because it highlights many, many more women that we've never heard of and the work that they were doing at that time to forward the liberation of African people. So this was the obituary for her, which was published in the Gleaner when she passed away. It says that shortly after her passing, the Gleaner captured the spirit and vision of this Black nationalist freedom fighter. The late Madame de Mena had a rare courage and strength of will. She was identified with the causes that needed fighters, and nothing deterred her from fighting. She did not, like many reformers, regard social work as a palliative, something that enabled a crippled society to continue crawling along. It seemed to her an essential function of leadership to bring practical aid to the poor, and she was long amongst the few figures that commanded respect in certain tough areas of the city. Her personality will be greatly missed in the island's life. And Amy Jacques Garvey also wrote about her and her leadership in the UNIA, and acknowledging the sad loss to the race and to the organization of Madame de Mena, for she was a true race champion. Now, I want to wind that up and then move on. I want to share an essay by Amy Jacques Garvey. It's called Play Up and Play the Game. And I want to share that essay because it just links into that organizational activity of people like herself and Madame de Mena. And, you know, I think it's really important that we honor these people and that we pass on to our children the idea of Black women as active organizers in the community, as women who have something to contribute, as women who can plan strategies and not just plan them, but also implement them. So let us move on to the essay. And this essay was written on the 25th of September, 1926. And it's called Play Up and Play the Game.
So, sorry, Queen Nzingha?
Yes, my dear.
Yes, I'm sorry. You know, because I don't know if you was going to finish where we can actually purchase the book.
Oh, my book?
Set the World on Fire.
Oh, I can put it in the chat for you if you'd like, but yes. It's on Amazon.
Right, okay, all right. I thought there was somewhere else where we could have got it.
Unfortunately not. No, this is an American book.
Okay, no worries. I'll put it in the chat anyway.
Yeah, it's Set the World on Fire by Keisha N. Blaine.
I've got it.
Excellent, no worries.
All right, thank you.
No worries. So it's Play Up and Play the Game, 25th of September, 1926. In all walks of life, we have laggards. Persons who are determined to loaf or mark time whilst the other fella does the hard work or bears the brunt of the fight. The Universal African Improvement Association suffers from this type, both within its membership and from outsiders. There are some Africans who believe that the program of this organization is the only salvation for the race, but they will not come into its fold and help to put it over. Why? They cannot afford to mix with the masses. They don't want to be ridiculed and abused like Garvey. Africans are too ungrateful anyhow, and they have to look after their families. Let the others go scratch for themselves. The result is that a race of 4 million suffer from lack of patriots because very few are willing to pay the price. Besides these, we have a standing army of lookers on, interested yet disinterested spectators who are seeing how that thing is going before they join. While the team is short of fit men and women and playing against tremendous odds, they are looking on, too mean even to give an encouraging yell, still waiting until victory is indicated. They will then wear our colours and beat their chests, saying, "See what our team has done." Within our organisation, we have the chairwarmers who never put a penny in the collection plate, but still they come night after night, filling the best seats, but expecting the other fellow or sister to pay for the lights and the general expenses. The would-be greats are another problem, whose egos are overdeveloped. They make ranting speeches of what they could accomplish if only given a chance. Yet given that chance, they flounder around, helpless incompetence. Another parasite that we used to have in our ranks was the high salaried official, remembering that the Garvey movement employed many, many staff and paid them from their own resources. The highly salaried official who would loaf all day, who would loaf during the year, knowing that he could not be displaced until a convention was in session. After he was voted out, he would sue for salaries he never heard, which of course the white man's court would readily order to be paid, so as to break up the organization. In 3 years, the organization has had to pay to such parasites through the courts $63,000. At the present time, we also have the When Garvey Comes Africans. They are waited with folded arms for the release from prison to do everything. Put out the traitors, contribute financially, or to go to Africa. Meanwhile, the traitors are destroying what Garvey sweat blood and tears to acquire. The organization needs funds, and white people are stealing every square foot of Africa. Friends, it is time for us to wake up and see ourselves as others see us, enemies of our own progress. Bestir yourself like men and women. Put your colors on and strengthen your team. The gong has sounded. Man your bases and put your whole strength into the game, for the results warrant the effort, however hazardous. Play up and play the game. I shall end there and take any questions.
Wow. Wow. Thank you.
Powerful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And that essay, I read it because it just tells us so much about what we're always saying. You know, so many people know what should be done, but they're not out there doing it. And
exactly.
They're hardly even wanting to support the people who are willing to be doing it. So that was the emphasis of that essay.
Which is amazing, which is true. There's a lot of talkers out there.
and as you said, that essay was 1926, and look where we are now.
Still the same, still the same.
Exactly.
Still exactly the same. Has anybody got any questions? It's really good to hear about, you know, the women, what their role was and what they did in the past, especially in the Garvey movement.
And stepping up to the plate.
Yes, yes. Very much so. Yes, Joan, you have, I see your hand, and then Oren. Joan, if you unmute yourself so we can hear you. No luck?
Oh, luck now.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, sorry, I'm using my phone, you see, that's why.
All right.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Sister Nzingha. And, you know, it's a powerful story and powerful reading. The reason being is we're experiencing the same issue.
Absolutely.
Nothing has changed, right? And when you think about it, when you try to do things differently, you'll always see somebody tell you, oh, do it this way, do it that way. But ask them to come in and take part or support, you'll never find that.
Absolutely.
You know? People like you and myself, and others, we cannot walk away. We cannot give up. We just have to push until possible. Maybe our children to come, they will see the difference. Yes,
I'll be honest with you. I did circulate a small video. Yesterday, I was on a Zoom with, it's called the Rapid Africa Plan. And it's a plan to industrialize and develop Africa within the next 40 years. And it's calling on Africans at home and abroad to get behind the plan. Because the truth is, and a short clip was played in the meeting highlighting Africa is where the world is getting all the resources from. And they intend to continue that, even if the Africans die. So we have a responsibility, as you say, Joan, to get on board these things and be doing work that is going to wake our people up and change our condition.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you.
Brother Oren?
Yes.
Greetings.
Yeah, greetings, Sister Nzingha. And also,
look how you change up. you dress up. You dress up for Queen. No, you dress up for Queen Nzingha.
Yes. Yeah.
Very appropriate.
I just went to see that book, Women in the Garveyite Movement. But I think it may be in between some other books. And I must say, Sister Nzingha, that book itself, I must say, I'm very impressed with it. Absolutely, I love it.
Thank you.
Yeah, in it, I saw where the outline where one of the sisters was saying the importance of propaganda.
Yes, essays.
Yes, and how much, like, for example, the U.S. authorities spending on it. Likewise, how much like the British spending on it. Yet still, the UNIA should be spending X amount. But some of the members or support will really be in uproar if a decision should be made to start spend the money on that.
That's right.
It's just not seeing the value to it. But I must say, Sister Nzingha, great works, and keep on putting out the excellent work of these great women, sisters, and it's ton loads to benefit from their great work.
Thank you. And thank you very much. And in fact, that is a very good essay on propaganda and the importance of it, because this is what everybody else does. And as a people, we're not very good at that and catching our people's minds so that they remain focused on what we need to be doing as a collective of people at home and abroad.
Yes. Much love. Much love.
That's absolutely brilliant. How old was Madame Dubois when she died?
If I'm not mistaken, she was 72.
She was 72.
Mm-hmm.
So she put quite a few years in then, didn't she?
In fact, most of them, because Amy Ashwood died at 73. Okay. Amy Jakes died at 77.
Wow.
And as I say, Madame de Mena died at about 73. I'm not sure of what age the others died, like Henrietta Vinton Davis and Amy Bailey and Una Marsden and people like that. But I mean, Queen Mother Samad, who was a baby in the Garvey movement, and I had the privilege of doing a tribute to her when she passed at Alkebulan, because I knew her personally.
Okay.
I think it was it wasn't last year, it was the year before she passed, the same day as Mugabe. They both passed on the same day. And she was a baby in the Garvey movement. She was actually born into the movement. Her parents were Guyanese, and they were organizers of a branch of the UNIA in America. She was born in America. And subsequently, her husband relocated to Jamaica when they retired. and she had a Garvey museum in a house where she would teach people about Garvey and Garveyism. And she was just a phenomenal Garveyer. I mean, she, as I say, died year before last. So you can see how old she must have been. She was about 95 or thereabouts when she passed away.
Wow. And what's happened to her house now? Is it turned into a Garvey museum, or?
This is what I understand, that she had willed it to be turned into a library and a museum, because I'll be honest with you, I can tell you this now. She had a phenomenal amount of papers and books and artifacts. She had the Black Angels. When I attended the Garvey Centenary Conference in 1987 at the University of the West Indies, she was displaying for the conference the photographs of the Black Angels that the Garvey organization promoted, and the images of the Black dolls and other such artifacts that were a feature of the movement.
Wow.
So all of that is there in this house that she has.
So where's the house situated again?
It's in Kingston at Shortwood, Shortwood, in the Shortwood area of Kingston.
Jamaica.
Yeah, Coolshade Drive is where she
Drive. Coolshade Drive.
Yeah, Kingston, Jamaica. I'm hoping also that some of it would have been donated to Liberty Hall, which is at 76 King Street in downtown Kingston, because, you know, that's where the Garvey Multimedia Museum is. And there you can go in and watch all the different videos of the Garvey organizations in Costa Rica, Panama, all of the different areas. The videos are there. And there's a library where they actually teach children about Garvey and Garveyism, and they run Saturday schools, and they have obviously programs like this there. And obviously they sell artifacts as well, like pens, pencils, Garvey mugs, all of that. Whenever I go there, I take books and I've donated 3 copies of each of my book to the movement, but I also take things whenever I go to donate. So like the Nubia Jack game that Nubia Jack created, I donated their Kwanzaa games, that kind of thing.
I didn't know the place existed.
Oh, okay.
I didn't. I really didn't. So thank you so much for that. So the address is, was it 76 King Street, you said?
Yeah, it's called Liberty Hall.
Liberty Hall.
The Garvey Multimedia Museum.
So, Sister Nzingha, does that mean that the women in the Garvey movement, they start at a very early age, possibly in their teens?
Oh, well, some of them, because the Garvey organization, just to say to people, set up in 1914 in Jamaica, first of all, with Amy Ashwood Garvey and Marcus Garvey and members. It grew small, slowly, then they relocated to America. It took off in America very quickly until it had a membership of over 6 million people and 1,000 branches across different parts of the world. It had its own newspaper. It had its own Black Star Line Shipping Corporation, where Garvey bought 3 ships to carry Black people wherever they wanted to go in the world. I mean, people ripped them off with those ships. They also had different businesses. They had their own restaurants. As I've said, they had their own newspaper. And it was like a massive conglomerate employing people in different jobs, secretaries, food chemists, blah, blah, the whole gamut. They made their own uniforms, all sorts of things. They used to have a march every year in Harlem, which was 10 miles long. And Garvey would dress in his military regalia. The Black Cross nurses, they were all in their uniforms, and they would have the red, black, and green flags of the Garvey movement waving across Harlem. It's a phenomenal organization. To be honest, every single person should know about this because, you know, Garvey came from St. Anne's Bay. Garvey wasn't no big scholar, but Garvey developed a vision, and he knew how to. Garvey was such a powerful speaker. people would stop and what they were doing to rush to hear him. Amazing, honestly. Yeah, his work and legacy is phenomenal. And obviously the women who helped to make that organization the big success that it was.
Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
Sister Auntie Jean, I think it would be nice if you get a group of women and we all book our tickets and go to Jamaica, you know, as a group.
Most definitely, we can do that underneath the Garvey banner. That would be brilliant.
Well, maybe something you look for the future. You can advertise it already.
Definitely something that can be done.
Oh, most definitely, most definitely. It's out there now.
Yeah, sorry, I think Joan is actually volunteering to help set it up.
Okay, Joan, we got your details.
Yeah. So thank you for that, Joan.
Let me tell you, Sister Ches, no need for take on nothing more.
Exactly.
I'll tell you now, she's one of the big movers and shakers in the. She's my local councillor.
Oh, wow.
I know but she is one of the serious workers in this area. If she tell you that she's doing it, as it come out our mouth, consider it done.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. That could be on the agenda for next year. The Garvey Village goes to Jamaica and to visit the Garvey Museum.
Liberty Hall. A very good idea. In fact. As I say, I'm not going anywhere till me know what I do about this.
Thank you, innit? But still. That would be brilliant. But yes, anybody got any questions? Last question. No, everybody's gone quiet. Do you have a last poem?
Who, me?
Yes, you, my dear.
Yes, plenty poems. And in fact, I'm gonna just say this one and give people a little bit of a laugh. It's called Talk Posh.
Yeah, I love that one.
And it's about when I was training to be a nurse at Kingston Hospital in Surrey. Me remember when me start nurse training up at Kingston Hospital. We have been in a school for 6 weeks. Well, having gained entry to what I now consider to be the most depressing work in the world, which nobody should have do unless them pay them a whole heap of money, I was confronted by the senior tutor. Lord, she talk posh. The woman asked me politely in her well-cultivated voice if me was born under bowbells. I wish she had taught what me said to myself. Is what bowbells have to do with me. So I take my courage in my hand and ask her what she mean. She tell me say is the people were born under bowbells is real cockney. So now me going to be nurse, me fi cultivate new talking. Why? She should have seen how my insides are laugh. Me said to myself, me come to England, come learn fi talk like white people. Now the woman a tell me say me talking like the wrong white people. Why? You can't be yourself in this your world. Thank you.
Brilliant.
Oh, that was good.
No
absolutely brilliant. Thank you
for inviting me, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
Always is a pleasure. Always is a pleasure.
Thank
to
you.
To you. It's always powerful having you. So thank you.
Excellent. I'm going to put a couple of books in the chat because there's also a book about Ida B. Wells that I think people should read. It's called A Sword Amongst Lions. I mean, Ida B. Wells was a warrior upon warrior. So I'm going to get it and put the details in the chat.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And with that, I'm just going to share a screen before we go on to our next presentation. I'm just going to share a screen, the screen, with a 12-minute clip, which was highlighted to us from Galactic Clyde, and it's the anniversary of a bombing that happened in, where is it? Philadelphia? In 1985. So this is quite recent. So I'm just going to put it on now, and then Galactic Clyde will be able to do just a little talk after. Oh, sorry, this is the sound. Hang on a minute.
Rounds of bullets from the police. There is a small war underway on a street in Philadelphia tonight.
There was gunshots, thousands of rounds of bullets from the police.
Police moved in with tear gas and water cannon.
They wanted to kill our children.
I had recommended to use an explosive entry device.
The house shook. Smoke was coming in, so we knew they dropped the bomb on us.
Police allowed the blaze to burn an hour and a half before calling in firefighters.
I don't care what they said. There was no justification for what they did.
They done burn up 2 blocks. Explain that.
I never imagined that the government would drop a bomb on a row house in Philadelphia.
It's an embarrassment to the city of Philadelphia.
My name is Ramona Africa, and I was there when the police dropped a bomb on me and my family May 13th of 1985 and killed 11 of my family members. I was there. I was born and raised in West Philadelphia. I went to Temple University and I was headed to law school. But after I met MOVE, I wanted to be a revolutionary. MOVE is a revolutionary organization founded by John Africa that believes in revolution, not in fighting and bloodshed, but true revolution. I joined MOVE in 1979. I was listening to what was happening with MOVE and could not believe that the cops were attacking MOVE the way they were.
Until today, there was a house in Philadelphia filled with people who for years confounded everybody. They called themselves MOVE and never said what that meant. They tried to live in the city as if it were the forest, ignoring modern plumbing, trash collection, or rat control. They offended the neighbors first and then the city, which ordered them out last year. Today, the city went to move them.
As firemen crawled forward with a water hose, shots rang out.
The MOVE 9 were 9 of our sisters and brothers who were arrested unlawfully for the murder of a police officer and given a 30 to 100 year sentence.
Last December, 9 MOVE members went on trial for the death of Officer Ramp.
Everybody knew that MOVE did not kill a cop because MOVE was in the basement. Officer James Ramp was standing up on street level, and the media said he was shot on a downward angle. So there's no way that MOVE could have shot him.
They wear their hair in dreadlocks because they reject combs as symbols of industrialization, which their back to nature philosophy opposes. Their basic goal is to overthrow the present system of government, which they consider to be corrupt.
People thought MOVE was crazy at that time because of the media.
They spew out obscenities when they talk.
Terrible language.
Rizzo said that he wanted MOVE out of Philadelphia.
It's amazing that this group has been running loose now for a half a dozen, couple, 3, 4 years that I know of, and they should have been in prison many, many months ago.
We moved into Osage Avenue because that was our headquarters. It was warm and loving. There was children there. We would take them to the park. That was mainly our day. Some people said we was on the loudspeaker day and night, every day. That was just a lie, probably promulgated by the police along with the media. We were getting along with our neighbors and nothing was going on. That's why we were surprised and shocked when hundreds of cops invaded our area trying to throw MOVE out of our home. And this was on Sunday, Mother's Day.
There is a small war underway on a street in Philadelphia tonight. It has been going on all day between hundreds of Philadelphia police and a bizarre back-to-nature group called MOVE.
Nothing happened all day, but that night, Gregor Sambor, the police commissioner, got on a loudspeaker and said, "Attention, Move, this is America. You have 15 minutes to come out." Well, obviously we didn't come out because we knew they wanted to kill us. They didn't want to arrest us. They could have done that anytime.
It was shortly before 6 a.m. when police moved in with tear gas and water cannon to evict members of the extremist group MOVE.
When we were in the basement for a while, we didn't feel anything. And then the water started coming down on us. I mean, rushing down on us.
What we intended to do was to create a diversion on the roof of the MOVE compound.
It was hard to breathe. Our children were soaking wet. And then they started with the tear gas.
Tear gas started coming in. We got the blankets and they was wet, and then we put them over our heads and started laying down.
They blew a hole in the house to the left of us to try to come through it to come after us.
What we wanted them to do was to come out of the front of 6221 Osage and surrender.
We tried to get out after that. We tried to bring the kids out and was shot back into the house.
A gun battle erupted.
They shot over 10,000 bullets. So that was their intent, to kill everybody in that house.
I don't think that they should kill the people and their babies. They should find another solution.
After that, that's when the silence was. It was a long interval of silence, and we didn't know what they were doing. We felt comfortable for a minute. And then the bomb was dropped. The house shook. It shook. And then we start feeling the heat and the smoke, which we knew wasn't tear gas. We knew there was a fire in the house. We heard the crackling of the trees that was in back of Osage.
The night skies over West Philadelphia, bright with flames. As many as 60 buildings may be on fire.
I was told, and I saw newspaper issues about people yelling to the firefighters to put the fire out. Why wasn't they putting the fire out?
They dropped the bomb on the house to take care of one MOVE family. One MOVE out, they done burn up 2 blocks. Explain that.
It was all in the newspaper that Sambor told the fire commissioner to let the fire burn.
The fire burned for an hour and a half before police called in firefighters. Tonight, it is unknown exactly how many MOVE members may have escaped the blaze, or how many, perhaps, were trapped inside.
We all decided we was coming out, and we were bringing the children out of the house and hollering to the police, "We're coming out, we're bringing the children out." And their response was gunshots. Birdie was right behind me. So when I decided to come out, I grabbed him. And that's how we both got out of that house, that blazing inferno. Police grabbed me and arrested me and put handcuffs on my arms, even though I was burnt. And they grabbed Birdie and put him in a police van and took him away. I never saw him again. In the hospital, I was looking for the rest of my family to come in, and nobody came in behind me. And that's when I knew some of my family, at least, were dead.
Philadelphia police this morning continue searching for more bodies in the burned rubble of a West Philadelphia neighborhood.
One by one, more bodies of MOVE members were found in the rubble of their fortress home. The toll now higher than most had expected.
5 children and 6 adults. Nobody was ever arrested for the murder of my family. Nobody. went to jail but me. I was arrested. I was the only one put on trial for arson, conspiracy, everything that they did, they charged me with. The jury found me guilty. I was sentenced to 16 months to 7 years. So I did the whole 7 years. I haven't been back to Osage Avenue since May 13th of '85. It was 61 or so houses burnt. It was damaged to the core. The people that lived on there took a while to come back. Some of them never came back.
City taxpayers spent $33 million to rebuild the houses.
The homes that was rebuilt, they had sinking foundations. They got leaky roofs. The electricity was messed up. They looked like project houses. Today, I still have the burn scars from May 13th of '85, and some people have told me, you should get cosmetic surgery. They can take that off. And I'm saying, why would I want to take it off? I want to be reminded. Our significance today is the consistent example of MOVE. Keep fighting, no matter what, because people can look at MOVE and say, I don't want to be in jail for 30 or 40 years. I don't want to die. I don't want to have a bomb dropped on me. But the thing is, you can die any day of the week in this country being killed by police. People ought to take the lesson from MOVE and stand up for what is right. As long as we can fight, we're going to fight.
The evilness of the people.
But isn't it similar to how they massacred Fred Hampton and the other Black Panthers? And also Mumia Abu Jamal.
Yeah.
You
Dropped
know,
a bomb on them.
these
Yeah.
people are demonic.
Yeah. Totally. You liked it, Clyde?
Yeah, Mumia Abu Jamal was also part of MOVE, the movement. You know, I went to America in 1986, and I was fortunate in the 90s to come across a brother called Aital Ayman I, who actually taught me the information or shared the information about the MOVE bombing and also about Carroll Garden incident in Jamaica and a whole heap of things, especially Stevie Wonder, the connection with Stevie Wonder and Bob Marley. A lot of people hear the song Bob Marley sing Jamming and Stevie Wonder sing the song Master Jamming. But a lot of people don't realize in the song of Stevie Wonder, Master Jamming or Master Jamming, Stevie Wonder sing that he and Bob Marley agreed to get together as children of Jah. But he said when you're moving into the positive, it says something when you're moving in the positive, your destination is the brightest star. And so Aital Ayman called it the brightest star is Sirius. So when you move into the positive, you're moving towards Sirius. And this was the fear of the United States because our brothers and sisters were moving towards the teaching of Rastafarian and higher teaching and natural living and all along that line, and they could not stand that. So they prefer bombing the place and spend 33 million to sort it out, to fix, rebuild the place, and didn't even done a good job.
Sorry, can I ask, Auntie Jean, sorry to bother you, are you able to take this screen thing away?
Take the what screen away?
You've got this Google, Open Office, File Manager, Photos, Acrobatic Reader.
Do you see that?
It's here in my screen.
I can't see.
It's not on my screen.
I think it's because
it might be your
she's probably co-hosting with you.
Yeah, it might be your.
No, she's not. It might be your screen. If nobody else can see it, Queen Nzingha.
Okay.
Because I've stopped screen sharing. I thought maybe it's there, but no. Anybody else can see that?
No.
All right.
No. Just you, Queen.
Okay.
No, can't see it.
Okay. Let me just continue. I wouldn't be long.
No,
but
go
when we put together what Vander Peters bring to us, and along with what Queen Nzingha bring to us, it means that we also need to get into flow rights with some of the things that's happening. Because when we look at Vander Peter case, we know that the government, both the United States government and the UK government, were major drug dealers. When you talk about cocaine, heroin, and right. That's why I said and so they're involved. So people like you, Vander, just a victim of the system, because as opposed to some of us, we grew up in the Caribbean and stayed in the Caribbean and didn't have that exposure. If we were living here, we'd have been exposed to certain things, companies and such the like. But the system was set up that way in that sense. And I think along with your work at Queen Nzingha, I think we should look at playwriting some of these information concerning Marcus Garvey. We'll talk with you from the Garvey village and see if we could put some of these in practical setting as example for young people to say better ways forward, I'll leave it there because in terms of time,
Yeah, thank you.
It's a very important part to research about history because we're not going to see these on the news media because the revolution is never televised.
And that is so true. And that leads us straight on to our next presentation from our brother Kwesi. And brother Kwesi is basically telling us about the journey of the fight he has with the authorities. So I can't see Sister Shez. Are you there, Sister Shez?
You?
Okay, yes. Oh, I can see you now. Would you like to introduce our brother Kwesi?
Oh, okay. Yes, I thought you was going to show what I.
Oh, do you want me to show the clip first?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. All right then.
Oh, it's similarities, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very much so. That's right. Yes, very much so.
Yeah.
Very much so.
And yeah, thank you.
Do that. You can't do that. The officer's being aggressive. Excuse me. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. Excuse me. You're being aggressive. Hello. Leave him alone. He hasn't done anything. He hasn't done anything, officer. He hasn't done anything. You're being aggressive. He hasn't done anything. He hasn't done anything. He hasn't done. No. You guys are being rude. No, stop that. No, you guys are being rude. You guys excuse me, do not touch me. Don't touch me. I'm a medical patient, so do not hurt me. Listen, I'm a medical patient. I suffer from anxiety. No, you guys are you're being very, very aggressive. You're being very, very aggressive against him. You're being very, very aggressive against him. No, you can't do this. You can't do this, guys. You can't do this. Guys, you can't do this. This is fraud. You can't do this. This is my family you're hurting. You're hurting my family. And didn't do anything. That's my family you're hurting. This is my family. This is my family you're hurting. I'm gonna go get public help. This is fraudulent. Excuse me. No, you're stopping me. Excuse me, madam, I don't want to hurt you. Madam, you're stopping me from moving. Madam, you're stopping me from moving. You're cornering me.
Thank you, Auntie Jean, for resharing that video. Some of you who wasn't on the Garvey on Friday, I want to reshare it again so people could see what actually happened. And it was actually this young man named Kwesi who was being held by the court officers and
police officers.
And the police officers as well. That was there. So Kwesi's got quite a few stories to tell us in terms of how he has dealt with the state,
sure.
Which has been been very positive, and I think I would like him to share it with the African cultural market as well, to tell us how he's moved forward and the journeys that he's had to go through to actually to be here. So that clip, what you had seen, had taken place on Wednesday. So Kwesi, the floor is yours.
Sure, and thank you to the African culture market for giving me this platform. Also, first of all, I'm a bit conscious of time, so if I'm giving roughly how long I got, so that I make sure
you do have at least an hour. You're okay. So you can tell us. So you can tell us your story, so we are in a full understanding.
Oh wow! Okay, then how will we go?
Just do what you can do, all right, my brother. Just do what you can do, all right.
Okay. So we're not limiting it to, let's say, even the children, then.
Huh?
No.
Not limiting it to
no,
this. Okay.
no.
Wow.
You can. You've got time to speak.
Yeah.
Then I would say it starts even with my name, Nkrumah. When I was here, I was young, and I used to compete in athletics because of my family name. I was always asked if I was related to Kwesi Nkrumah. So there was always the sort of the eyes on me kind of thing, you know, like the first child, first son, black. Then I got older. I was actually in BT, working in BT. I was the head of the apprenticeship. And the first time they actually put me in jail was, and no one would believe it, was actually for DVDs. I don't know if you all remember when they used to, you know, pirate DVDs. Basically, they actually put me in prison for that, which no one believes. Wow. And in that case, the essence of it was, oh, plead guilty and we would, you know, you stay out of prison. I recently appealed that. But anyway, that was the thing. Plead guilty, you be kept out of prison. They ended up giving me, even probation, I think gave the report of maximum 200 hours community service. They ended up giving me 18 and 12 months. First sentence. So I knew something wasn't right. So from then, I decided I was not going to be represented. These people could not be trusted. That was in 2006. I dealt with a few matters. There was a few traffic matters. I dealt with them. And the recent encounter started in 2015. And I very much relate to the video that was shown in America. And sometimes you watch things and we think we're far from it. And also, it wasn't just 2015. It was the killing of Mark Duggan that got me concerned to sort of learn about the law and know that we've got to represent ourselves. And quickly jumping into Mark Duggan's case, if people looked at it, the family was represented. So the family could not even see some of the evidence. So whenever you're getting representation, as well as you may think you don't know the law, they're actually there to manage things for the crown. So Mark Duggan's case was a chord striking thing to me, that could be my brother, that could be my son. So I need to learn about the law. So in 2015, there was a normal traffic stop, police stopped me and they said the insurance on my car wasn't showing. And they said they're gonna take the car. I said, okay, fine, you can take the car, but the keys is my keys. So they tried to assault me to take my keys. I could well handle myself, 2 Asian police officers, it couldn't happen. So I even left the scene, went on, I was working then as area training manager for HTC. So I went and put my phones at home because I was near the house and came back to the scene. Then they arrested me and tried to charge me for assaulting them. And this is a standard procedure they do. So, and I'm not sure any people who've been in a situation are here, but the key thing is to get the evidence. And recently I even helped my partner's cousin get off a case, similar traffic stop. Police tried to do her for assault. When we wanted full disclosure, they couldn't. So first thing is we must know how to find or get disclosures. It's very important. So from that case, that's when I started to learn a bit about the law, the common law and stuff. And I had limited knowledge then. And they had their way. But then through that process, I realized I was targeted. I used to get lots of traffic stops. There were times even when police have stopped me, smashed my window in my face and all that. When it amounted to nothing, they actually, and I raised a complaint. It took years, but only recent, again, finding information, I first discovered it when I did a right of access to the courts, which I've put a few links in the chat room as well. People can make use of how to access information because they will try to frustrate the process. Anyway, well, that was in 2018, I think, did right of access to the courts. And then I discovered, actually it was in 2019 or 2020, when I was looking through documents to do with judicial reviews that I had filed, that I realized that, hold on, in that case that the police smashed my window, they had actually prosecuted me without me knowing. You wouldn't believe the police are that fraudulent. Yeah, they prosecuted me. I was never informed, but on the court record, some of it stated that I was there, some said I wasn't. And then what's even worse is they then appealed to the Crown Court. And I've not been represented. Oh, that's it. On the court records as well, it stated that some of it I was represented. Or throughout, I guess I was represented, but I've never had representation since, you know, my distrust with them back in 2006 up to today. So even that, when I tried to get a copy of the appeal to the Crown Court, no, that they won't give me they won't give it to me. They won't disclose it to me. When I walked there, Snaresborough Crown Court, the Nigerian delivery manager, Abibat Ogunde, clearly stated to me that I've been told from higher up not to give you anything. And these are the people running our courts. But it's got worse than that. I mean, even in the High Court, I filed habeas corpus in the past. And when I've done an inspection appointment to see the case file, there's hardly anything in the case file. And they've written on the documents, destroy, basically after the minimum time they have to keep it for. I had actually seen it myself, written on the court document, destroy the file, and they put the date. In essence, criminals are running the system. But as I say, the only difference is we're not organized enough. And also we don't know in finding information, evidence, why they fear me so much that they want to displace me. Even as you saw, what they're doing there is I have actually got the evidence against them. So in effect, I'm evidence against the whole state. And there's no government body you can tell me I haven't got some kind of proof of fraud against them. You name it. The benefit system, even when you're on benefits, which is your own money anyway, raised against your estate, the 15 million that is raised against your birth certificate. Yeah, so when you're on benefits and they say, oh, you have a court fine and they deduct it automatically, that's unlawful. Everything consent is required from you. So as it stands, Department for Work and Pensions, I'm waiting for them to list a court hearing where it started as a complaint, but I've escalated it to tribunal to justify why they made deductions from my payments when I objected to it, or without them providing proof. So moving on from that, when I found out they had prosecuted me in my absence without me knowing, this really got me concerned. So then I filed a lot of judicial reviews. As usual, they do retaliatory actions, which is to do something to make your situation worse. So what did one judge do? And his name is Judge Mostyn. He put a civil restraint. He basically combined all my judicial reviews, which is unlawful, didn't really read it, and just said, oh, they're totally without merit, and he's put a civil restraint on me. However, I renewed it to have an oral hearing, which everyone is entitled to, and they refused that till today. So in other words, I've not obeyed a civil restraint either. I still make applications if I need to. Actually, as a matter of fact, it got to a point now that they can't really take me to court because I've got so much evidence against them, especially if he's put before a jury. The jury will be sending, you know, whoever will be convicting the Crown. So following back on the story, when I filed a judicial review, civil restraint was put on, the state was becoming more aggressive towards me. And the video you saw there is an example. So then there was a case as well. 2 cases, actually. The first time they banned me, the judge removed me and my brethren from the court and actually dealt with the case in my absence, and then banned me for 18 months. That was the first.
Banned you from what?
Driving, sorry.
Oh, banned you from driving, okay.
Yeah,
right.
Because what these people, they have systems to interrupt your life. Most work you can do, because when the whole thing started in 2015, I decided to do work that was flexible because of the way I was targeted. Because I lost my, the HCC work, for instance, again, it was only later on I uncovered. The police wrote to the company about some fine. So when I started arguing with them, I ended up leaving. But this is how criminal these people, they can get into every part of your life, basically. Yeah. So sometimes when things are happening and you're in a certain position, be mindful that they are up to their works. So when I lost that, I thought, okay, well, I will not do any work that is kind of full-time employment. I'll do something that is flexible. But even that taking your license away affects you doing a lot of work. And that was what the angle was. So basically is to distress you and put you in a position of hardship. That's what it's called ruin frauds, basically. They ruin your life. If I wasn't guided and strong-minded and, you know, the purpose that I feel the ancestors have given me to be, I probably won't be here. Because the frustration, stuff they do to me. By the way, going back on that video that you just saw, and just to say it was all provocative, they actually stripped me naked at the police station. Now, what relevance is that? What for? Yes.
And you just come straight from court, but you got searched when you go search every time you get into court.
No, they've arrested me there. They've taken me to the police station, which was right behind the court.
Yeah.
It was provocation because the officer is saying I've assaulted him, which is not the case. Although we got part of the video there, they've still not been able to charge me yet, by the way. I've been released, although they've kept my phone. The whole purpose of that arrest was to distract the proceedings that is coming on Tuesday.
Okay.
Which is, and is big because I made the Crown herself a party. It was served on Buckingham Palace, because my position is we must do something about what they do to us. So though it's a habeas corpus for one person, it's really for most Black men that are on remand for crimes that are not violent, that is not necessary for them to be on remand. Because for us, and by the way, Black is a status. Black is not a race, to them is a status. So them considering us as Black, they treat us the way we think because Black is a status that in law, they seem less. So there's lots of Black men on remands, and that shouldn't be right. I mean, the person I filed it for, he's been there over a year. But I was working for the partner to see money that they had seized unlawfully from the partner. But I realized that the case is linked, and that's why I then had to file the habeas corpus. But the Crown is a party. I think I've shared it in the group, so you can look at it, yourself, those that wish to. The Justice Secretary, Robert Backlund, as well as the judges that have dealt with it at the Crown Court and the Magistrates Court. But there's a whole level, different levels to things, but I'll keep it to the level that people understand, because the deeper level is the whole system runs by fraud and deceit. Because if we all knew our status and how to control our estate, the system will not have any power. But I also understand that we haven't got the capacity for most of us to run our estates. But at the basic level we must still get fairness and justice. So what you saw there, as I said, was to interrupt Tuesday coming, because not having my phone, I've already seen the interruptions, and they wouldn't even give me the SIM card. And as I said, I'm not even charged. And as it stands, I'm actually going to serve the police. I've already contacted the court to revoke the bail conditions, which I don't need to anyway, because by the way, I put no contract on it. I might be able to share it just to see.
Just a sec, you want to share something?
Oh no, I was gonna put it in a group because
okay, sorry.
Yeah, I'll just find it and put it in a group, because I'm very efficient. So already the documents I got from them, I've scanned them, I've scanned them, and it's all on my computer already. So yeah, the bill I contacted the court with someone else on Friday actually it was on Thursday, to get it removed. However, they didn't do it because I wanted it listed for Friday. It didn't happen. So when I called them on Friday, first of all, the person I spoke to on Thursday is not there anymore. Wasn't there. It was a new person. And they're saying, oh, they have to, because I'm challenging the bill, they have to give the police time. They have to get the police's view. And that is 5 days. And I said, well, that's not good enough. And I didn't just end there, not just to challenge the bill. And this is stuff we can all learn. Whenever they try to bring malicious claims against you, the same way they do when they reverse things onto you, like he's trying to claim reverse assault when he's actually assaulted me and is actually in contempt of court because I had a lawful cause to be in the court, yeah, and he had no right to remove me. So I served a contempt remedy investigation against the police, which more or less is a private prosecution. They don't want to hear it yet, but it's fine. So I'm gonna share the bill. The bill, I'm not sure which one is the bill. Detention log. Yep, got the bill. I'm gonna share it now. So I tried to challenge it, and basically they're saying I've got to wait. But in other words, when you see it there, I put no contract. These are simple things we can protect ourselves. So when police is asking you questions, respond. You can say, yes, I don't understand, is one part, because understand is not what you think that comprehension is to do with standing under the authority. So the simple thing is, don't understand, no contract. Basic, keep it basic. Don't go into anything. I know my rights and all of that. Because once you start engaging with them, they're more than likely, they're more trained than you are and versed, and they will catch you somewhere.
So when it comes to signing, you just say no contract, or do you just say under duress, or what do you sign?
All of it works under duress, but the good one, I'll type it in the thing now, is v coactus, and you can all look it up as well. And I can actually tell you a story. V coactus. That is, I beat them as well on the case. I don't know if some of you are aware. When you're now you go prison for even 1 day, basically everything is a business, and we're all commodities. It's just that black people are treated harsher. We're all commodities, and the system has to control us. Even the word government, govern, break it down, govern, the mental, the mind. So government is really to govern our minds, so to our estates, to keep us under control. So yes, now when you go prison, and which I'll explain, I'll put in there, v coactus, look it up. It means that you sign under duress. It's Latin. That signature is powerful, and I'll explain part of the story to do with that. So now when you're in prison, and again, it was to create business, even for 1 day, as long as you've been convicted. When you come out, probation has to supervise you for a year. I beat them on the first case on that, but a magistrate's court, which is not a court of record, things are not recorded. That is why that video you saw there couldn't happen in the Crown Court. Magistrates court, they do as they please, because magistrates court is not actually proper courts. Yes, that's why it's not a court of record. I will come to that. So at the magistrate, they judged it against me, and I appealed it at the Crown Court. And the judge actually told me that I'll lose. However, this was the first time around, but at the Crown Court hearing, in the end, the probation officer did not turn up to give evidence because it would have been perjury. And how I beat them is I signed the prison license with v coactus. That means he invalidated it. But because of that, and anyone that will present any contract with that on, they can actually be they can be summoned, incriminated, because that means they obtain the contract by force. So what the prison does is they remove that signature and send a blank license, which is perjury. If you sign that with that, always keep the original copy. Always keep the original copy, and then in court ask them to produce the evidence. So when they produce the blank one, that is incriminating evidence against them. So that is why the probation, when it went to Crown Court, did not turn up. Actually, as a matter of fact, what happened was I revealed the fraud to him and I used the Data Protection Act. All of a sudden, he went on sabbatical for 6 months before the hearing happened. So I knew he was away. However, they pretended on the day of the court, the prosecuting barrister went, "Oh, I just called today and they don't know where the probation officer is." But I knew I had an email because I emailed him and I got an auto response that he's away for at least 6 months. But that was it. And then, so they allowed my appeal. The second time round was recent. And then that was why they also had to do the London Bridge whole stabbing thing. It was all staged.
Yeah.
So that they said now, violent prisoners they don't release by the automatic halfway point. They now have to apply to be released. So that means you can't apply for something and sign with the Vehicle Act as Kenny. So that was to protect their interest. And they got really cheesed off because I cost them a lot of money winning that case. Because once someone has won a case, then probation. So people that are in the judiciary will realize that probation don't really prosecute this breaching post-sentence supervision anymore. In effect, as I said, the whole license, you can nullify it. But even the whole imprisonment thing, you can nullify a lot of things if you know how to control your estate and remove yourself from the jurisdiction of the Crown. But that's a whole other next level. As I said, I'll keep it to the level we know, which is the level I'm also on in terms of doing discovery to the Treasury and stuff. Because right as we speak, I've made right of access to the Treasury. What's his name? The Permanent Secretary, Tom Scholar. But he's still not responded. So I've got a lot of things in the pipeline against him. So I understand why they're trying to do the things they're trying to do, which is to either provoke me so that they can have me in a certain situation. So going back on Tuesday, as I said, the Crown was a party, the Ministry of Justice, so it's a big case. So their process now is to try and destabilize the process or me as much as possible. Now, it's no coincidence. I think Cole also said he got, because I made him an interested party now, he got an order from Cole Grant, that is from the court, saying if he does anything, he could be imprisoned. And then another person who's made a party was Edward Ellis, who is a white guy, but he's on fighting similar stuff. And they listed it on a day. He has dialysis now. So they listed it on the Tuesday, which he has dialysis. So in effect, as it stands, is just myself and Cole attending. However, we will, everyone's welcome on Tuesday at the Royal Court of Justice. So going back a bit, when I filed, the last time I was in prison, and then I filed the habeas corpus, that was the first time I put the Ministry of Justice as a party. And that's why, Rabbi, by the way, was it David Gork? That's why he resigned. Go and check, he resigned on the 23rd of July, 2019. My habeas corpus, the day they said they received it, which is really a lie, but that's the day my partner took it to the court, was 22nd of July, 2019. And they told her they will not take hers to file because all the parties' addresses were not on the claim. However, the same one I gave her, because she came to visit me on that day in prison, I had posted a copy beforehand. But because I know the frauds the prison runs, and again, I've got a lot about the prison, even my letters from the court, which said Rule 39 on it, that they're not supposed to open, the prison opened it. And when I raised a complaint, they asked for the envelope, and me knowing them, I didn't post the envelope in the prison system. I gave it to the SO of the wing to take it to the office, show them the envelope was open, and bring it back. You know, the officer came back and said, oh, they retained it. I followed, then he went back and forth, he didn't get it. Eventually, guess what the prison said? They lost the envelope. However, they could give you a photocopy of it. These people are criminals and they're masters at it. That's how they came to enslave us in our own lands. And they write the codes for their interest.
They lost it, but they can photocopy it. Give you a photocopy.
They gave me a photocopy. No, I knew they were going to destroy it. I knew. That's why. If I posted it, they would have said it got lost. So that's why I gave it to an officer. I'm a step ahead, but still, yes, the officer was supposed to even bring it back. He wasn't meant to leave it there. But he came back and said they took it to analyze it. Yet, yes, they lost it and they gave me a photocopy. And yet, this is the prison that, in the first place, why open a letter when he's saying from the high court and it's got Rule 39 on it? Because they were scared. Anyway, so my missus came, and the story gets even more suspicious than that. She came, I gave her a copy because I knew that the court would sit on it or something. When she went, they won't file it. But what's even worse is she mysteriously was ill. And she was traveling the following day. She could barely move. So she couldn't even contact me when she was in America throughout. And then she came back as well. The prison said they didn't, she came to visit me. They said they didn't know where I was.
You was in prison and they didn't know where you were.
Yes, Penable prison, yes. And that's why, again, the last governor resigned, Darren Hughes. You can check, because that was about the time that I renewed the habeas corpus. And I put it in there from the Supreme Court when the Supreme Court refused to hear it, but I'll get to that. So, yeah, the prison said I wasn't there when she came back, because if she came back, I would have given her instructions as to what to do with the habeas corpus. So when I heard how she had been ill, I knew that, because these people kill as well. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah.
The last time, I'm an athlete, by the way, and I used to run with both fire and Odin. I'm still training. I was fit. Last time I trained was on Tuesday. The incident you saw happened on Wednesday. When was it? Saturday? No, Friday. I've gone for my run and I'm over a minute. It's like I was struggling. These people, I don't know what they pump through the ventilators or what. Actually, most of the time I stayed in the exercise yard. And because they took all my clothes off, they actually left me naked. So it's up to me to put some stupid thing they had left in there. And I had no top on. I had to ask for a blanket.
They left you naked. It wasn't just a strip search. They left you naked.
Yes. They left me naked, yeah. With CCTV on in the thing as well, which by their own thing, they say for dignity, they're not supposed to do that. Yes. It was a pure provocation. I knew what they were after because, I mean, you saw how they put the handcuffs on in there.
Yeah.
And you saw I had backed up. I could have dealt with those officers if I wanted to, but I've known them, and I was all thinking about Tuesday.
Yeah.
Because Tuesday is big for them. Even from taking my phone, I was meant to call Buckingham Palace to say why they've not responded. And yes, and the funny thing to that claim is the judge has interfered with it, or the first judge that judged on it. Before I even get to that, guess what? When you do that, a claim is filed and served in the prison, they're supposed to serve the return of the writ. The prison governor dated it 16th of May, when he was supposed to be 16th of April. Today's date is what?
It hasn't even reached yet.
Yes.
So today's the 16th.
Yes. This is how criminal. Yeah. And I could even share the bundle. The case bundle that they provided. They've even admitted that it's dated in May. But I know what they're trying to do is get a get out clause and try and say, oh, because the writ was not returned properly, okay, we allow the claim. But what it is, the judge has made Oli the prison, the party. He's removed all the other parties. But that is in breach of natural justice, because the judge is supposed to be impartial.
Right.
So how does the judge then take away the other parties when a claimant is made a claim? And yet they say and the rule of law is we're all equal under the law, because he's protecting the interest of the Ministry of Justice. And also the court can't be seen to be wrong, because that's called grant advocates. The lawbreaker can't enforce the law.
Yeah.
The same way we've got criminal conviction, you can't do certain things. So the court can't be seen to be doing wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You see? So this is where it lies. So yes, they've made the prison on the party, but it's something they're gonna have to answer on Tuesday as well. In what capacity the judge had to do that? Because don't forget, the Ministry of Justice, the Justice Secretary, he used to be called the Lord Chancellor. Even there's a reason why they changed the name. It's a different type of office. The Justice Secretary, he actually employs all the judges. However, the judges are still meant to be impartial. So that's what he's done. And then the first judge that dealt with it on paper that dismissed it, that's why we're having the oral hearing. I don't know how she accepted the return when it was dated at a future date.
It's criminal.
So, thank you. Actually, I'm going to share the judge's order as well, actually, so you can know, because I work with evidence. Mm-hmm. I'm going to put it in the chat. I work with evidence, and yeah, I work with evidence. And when
because the dates don't even tally up, don't they expect anybody to look at the dates?
But that's what I'm saying. And the whole judge, what listen to when I share it, you will hear her order. Yes. And this is why we need the grand jury. And that's why hopefully, I don't know how many people can make it on Tuesday. The more people there, the better, because basically we're gonna be the jury. We're going to see how the judges wriggle out of this. Yes, I'm going to share her order. I think it was dated 20th. I should say put in the group. And what was even her name? Moda, Justice Moda. Oh, by the way, she's a whole CBE as well. She's been knighted.
Oh.
But I can understand why. They all act. Yeah, it's shared now, so people can look at it. The judge's order is in the group.
Thank you.
Do you have a solicitor?
Sorry?
You have solicitor.
So, someone asked, we've got solicitors.
Yeah.
Well,
I hope you're not going to do this yourself, you know.
We are doing it ourselves. That's all. But, madam, he's had a solicitor and a barrister, and he's still in prison. Oh, by the way, the solicitors don't even know who've done this. As I said, I was assisting the partner, and then, yeah, so it's an ambush for them. Actually, I summoned the solicitors and the barrister, but I'll come to that. But that's the whole point. Solicit, should I go into that? They're there to sell you. They're not there to act in your interest.
Mm. They work for the crown.
Exactly.
That's it.
Tell it, brother.
That's the worst mistake you can do. They work for the crown. No disrespect. If you don't know anything, you think they may help some, but whatever you do is damage limitation. And actually, legal aid, the white guy that, and I'll put his name in there, people can look him up, Edward Ellis. Edward was actually telling me that when he was young, he asked his teacher what the purpose of legal aid was and when they were gonna stop legal aid. And he said they will stop legal aid when the Berlin Wall comes down. They've always feared us. They've always feared us. But them keeping us in control is what matters to them. So the whole legal aid thing is to manage things for the crown. The reason why they removed Ruth from that court is they couldn't go ahead with the case. I told them, by the way, I knew the barrister that was prosecuting. I'd known him from 2018. So that was all no coincidence neither. And I told him we were there to prove fraud on the case. So all that was pretext. The officer, as you saw there, when he first came in, I told him what I had to tell him. He then went and spoke to the clerk, as you saw, the black woman and the usher. And then it's like he came like a zombie, like a robot. No matter what, I'm arresting you. Actually, I'm gonna share, it's a lot, the detention log, but as I shared ways. He actually claims that I hit him with the handcuffs.
You had the handcuffs on, yeah?
Yeah.
Behind your back, yeah?
Yeah, I hit him with the handcuffs somehow. But they didn't put this on the record, but he also said I kicked him on the floor. I kicked him on the floor and listen. So yeah, So no, they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. And going back to solicitors, no, we're not. And as I said, he's actually got a solicitor. By the way, the solicitor goes to see him in prison every week. Actually, let me reveal some of the frauds. And now the solicitor is scared. The solicitor is telling him she is scared of the partner. But they all work together. They know everything. She's been informed. But because we've not officially informed them, because he had actually mentioned it to her, and she went, no, don't go for habeas corpus. You never win. Or custody time limits because of COVID as well. Because normally maximum remand was 6 months. Now because of COVID, they're taking a mick. And people can't even see people in prison. So she said custody time limit. So there was no need to apply for it. So no, the solicitor doesn't know. What's even worse is whenever the solicitor used to convince him, oh, don't go to your bail hearings, stay in prison instead. Because when you go, you might get, he's at Tameside. When you go, you might go to Pentonville and all crap. And then when he was getting fed up, not getting the bail, and he said, I want to go, every time something turned up. As a matter of fact, even which we've questioned the judge for Tuesday, an unknown judge, the judge has not declared your name, but the court staff have emailed to say, oh, the judge said, oh, there's no necessary to produce him in person. He's going to be produced by a video link. So now I've emailed them with his attachment of his wishes. And by the way, wish is a king's language. So when you want stuff, wish, require, don't request. Request, you may be given, you may not. Require, I wish. That's regal language. That's command.
Require a wish.
Oh, no. Require or wish. Like when you request for something, you say you require. Or wish. Wish is more even higher. Like it's commanding. It's king's regal language. So you wish for X, Y, and Z. You wish. The crown, that's how she speaks. I wish. Or we always talk in a collective of we as well. That's what she says. Yes. So anyway, they didn't want to produce him, but I've emailed them with his wish to say he wished to be produced. Basically, it's all part of the frauds, because if you don't appear before the court, then they can make any decisions that affect you. So the lady that, I don't know if it's Galactic Clyde, that was talking about solicitors, this is the kind of role the solicitors are playing. And it's money for them as well, because the legal aid they claim it is against your estate. Also, another tool I'll give everybody, which if anyone was here linked to Galaxy Radio when they were taken to court, I was there as well at London, inner London. Yes.
Yeah.
A magistrate's court, they call it the PET form, preparation for effective trial. A Crown Court is called a PTPH form, which is like the bond that sets the case. What happens is most of the time, if it's at a magistrate's court, the solicitor signs it on your behalf that you never knew. So that's fraud. And at the Crown Court as well. When you go to court, it's not about justice. It's all about money. It's like a bank.
It's a business.
It's a business. That's it. They're there to take as much money from you as they can. Even the codes they write is about business. You don't have your seatbelt, there's a fine. Oh, child booster seats. All right, someone puts money in the politician's pocket, they write the code, you need child booster seat. Someone sets a factory, that's a whole heap of money they're generating. When you start to understand these processes, and this is why we need to form our own nation, and we don't need your police, but we just go have the organizations to protect our interests. We've got enough evidence to say that the police is abusive to us, and as such, we cannot basically engage with them, or they don't have authority to engage with us. So going back to that, the PET form is important. Everyone can look at that preparation for, they call it PET form and a PTPH. So in this case as well, when I told the guy that he should always, that's another thing I'm going to give you, another gem. You always say you're in no position to enter a plea. You enter no plea until you've had full disclosure. Because even saying you're not guilty, that is still part of a plea and the case will proceed. You say you're not, because, and it's common sense. How could you enter a plea when you've had the full disclosure of everything? And full disclosure includes even what would weaken a prosecution case. Yeah. So again, talking about solicitors, when we asked for the PTPH, the solicitor said, oh, they're ready for trial, and how they were ready for trial, I think last year, June or something. When the girlfriend has asked the solicitor for a copy of the completed PTPH form, which has to be completed for trial to be set, she's still not got it. So now, can they be trusted? They're criminals. And I've had people I've met in prison, I told them about that form. The solicitor never provided it, but at least they got off the case. Because you can use that against them as actually fraud. Because that's something they've done on your behalf without you knowing, without disclosure. But the government is the biggest fraud because they never told us about our estate and the money that is attached to the estate. So when they talk about the public funds, it doesn't come out of thin air. It's not just taxes alone, it's our estate. And actually, whenever we borrow money, we're just borrowing money against our estate without knowing. But again, that's a whole other subject. So fast forward to how we got to the children, because I knew that was going to be the main thing. When I filed for the habeas corpus, I come out and then I told...
When did you file for the habeas corpus?
Oh, this one or my own one? My own one was in 2019.
Okay.
Yeah.
The one that you're just about to talk about now.
Okay, that one is 2019 because that led to why they came to kidnap my children. Just like what happened the other time, it was to destabilize me. Because at the time they came for the children, the Supreme Court, which I've posted in there, had judged that I had no arguable point in law. But how is there no argument when you removed me from the court, made a decision in my absence? And what's worse is you picked me from another court, sent me to prison, yeah? And then the other court said I pled guilty, which wasn't the case. So two courts have got contradictory records. And by the way, I've seen it all. I've actually been in court and I've got the memorandum of entry, which you're allowed to. They'll tell you can't get a copy. You can, you are allowed a copy. Always make sure you got the orders from the hearings as well as the memorandum of entries from the magistrate's court. But I've got a memorandum of entry and they said I wasn't there when I was there. So talk about the...
Just a sec, Galactic Clyde, I think you had something to say.
Go on, Galactic.
Yeah, it'd be good for him to explain how habeas corpus in a nutshell, because I've come across the case where a guy get off a murder and using habeas corpus. So can you explain it in a nutshell for the public, please?
Sure. Habeas corpus.
Okay, go on.
Go.
No, I was going to say, you're going to do that before or after explaining about the children?
I can do it now, since so that so that I don't miss it or something. And then so others, when I talk about it, because there may be others that won't understand as well. Habeas corpus is Latin, and habeas is basically to bring forth, and corpus is body. So corporations is like dead body's body, yeah. So it means bring the body. So habeas corpus was a remedy because always since time, rich people or wealthy people have always kind of controlled others. So if you had someone in custody, habeas corpus and writ just means right. It's old for right. So writ was you putting in writing to the court for you to be brought to the court for the lawfulness of your detention to be justified. And that is why even when they increased the police custody time limits, they made it maximum 72 hours because it takes 72 hours anyway if they, pardon me, to produce the body expeditiously. So if everyone tried to file habeas corpus when police arrested them, it will be ineffective. But habeas corpus, that's what that means. So bring the body to the court for the court to decide the lawfulness of the detention. And normally that's the high court. But yeah, you can use it in anything. Even if you've been convicted because normally you get convicted at Crown Court, isn't it? Is more of a speedy remedy or like an appeal? Or you do, basically habeas corpus, you bring a civil action against the state for the state to justify. So if you know your stuff like me, when I go before them, or what I know now with my estate and all of that, they don't want to hear that because it's not in the public interest. It's not in the commercial interest. That's why my personal one, they never proceeded it, but I'll come back to that. So does that explain for you, Galactic Clyde, habeas corpus, and everyone else?
Yeah. Thanks. That's good. Yeah, okay. Because you mentioned so much times. It's good. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So then, with my one,
you just got another question. Do you want to answer a question, or do you want to carry on?
No, I always like to answer questions. So what I'm saying is more relevant to what people is more solutions to people's, queries.
Okay.
Yeah. So go on,
Arthur.
So it was just a quick question. Estate, what does that mean?
Estate, what in law, as in us, or as in the same way you see estate as in wealth? Estate, yes.
Yeah, but you're mentioning the word estate with regards to, are they taking from your estate? Is it your estate that they're taking from?
Our estate is property. Estate is just property. That's why even the word state, yeah, the word state, S-T-A-T-E, as in the state. The state manages our estate. So the word state is estate. Yes, our estate, we're all commodities. Everything is commerce. The same way when they said when you go to the court is bank, everything is commerce. Even our children.
Brother, sorry to cut you. He don't know how much he worth or how much everybody worth, and that's why he don't understand that part. Show him that we all worth something. Yeah, tell me.
Okay, first of all, and which I learned from supposedly when from our birth certificate, IMF raises 15 million from all of us, and they actually trade our birth certificates. So even marriage, every certificate, the same way you get certificates for bonds, yeah, shares, anything you get a certificate for is commerce, including us. So even when you marry, you can do your tradition, you don't have, when you go to the government, that certificate, you're creating a new estate and they actually trade it. And I know people who wanted to get a divorce and the judges said, no, at least 5 years, because they haven't made enough money off it yet. But this knowledge, as I said, if you all knew that the government power be gone, it's not a coincidence that after COVID, they were doing the census. Census is to count property. So the whole purpose of the census is for the crown now to know that, okay, how much wealth have I got left? And then they do elections where the people give their power to the governments again. So estate is basically our property. So you, as you are, you're worth money, but you don't know. You've got to do a discovery request to the Treasury or the Court Funds Office. And I'll also put something in. I could go on the Siskevy Act 1066. Let me get it up. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
How do I put my hand up?
Sorry?
I can't see how to put my hand up.
Reactions. Can you see reactions?
No, I only have
or more?
More.
Yeah, go to more. And
participant invite chat record on this computer.
Can you see reactions?
No.
Okay. Well, ask your question.
Well, I just want it was something the brother said a moment. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
It was something he said a moment ago about an estate and our birth certificate being worth where did this money come from?
Sorry?
Yeah. You said something about our birth certificate being worth millions?
They raised 15 million from it, which the government gets. Our IMF raises it, the government gets a part. So when they're talking about borrow money from IMF, now you get a bit of it.
Right.
Yes.
I'm still confused. I'm still really confused.
Absolutely.
You're saying that I'm worth 15 million from the day I was born, and they trade against that wealth or that value against everything that I do throughout my life is basically what you're saying, and they're drawing from that every time.
Birth certificate.
When your birth certificate is issued, yes, because your parents are only informants. Go and read on the birth certificate, and think about it. When you have something, who owns the original? The owner of the original document is the owner, isn't it?
Yeah.
You don't get the original birth certificate, the one that you put the signature on. You get a certified copy. Go and look at, if you've got children, everyone, go and look at your birth certificate. You've got a certified copy. The one you put signature on, that's not what you've got. The registrar has got that. Everything you register, you give ownership away. So that's why they can come and take our children. We are given privilege to look after our own children.
I'm not sure I actually agree with that.
Sorry?
I'm not sure I actually agree with that.
What about giving...
Oh, God. Nobody can't just come in your house and take your children.
Yes, because if they did that blatantly, we will revolt. That is why. We never had ownership of our children. We don't even have ownership of ourselves, not alone our children. Don't you hear you say, oh, we don't want you to harm yourself?
Well, I don't actually agree with that. I own myself.
Okay. All right.
My brother, I think they failed to realize that the government is one big trust company.
Yes, I know that. To realize. Anyway, I've put it in there. Seskevi Act, 1666. If we all get it up. Are we looking at it? Are we looking at it?
No.
Oh, are you sharing your? You're trying to share your screen?
No, I'm not sharing my screen because I want people to look at it on their own computers.
Okay. All right.
The one you sent previously, the last one you sent.
Yes, Seskevi, yes.
Whenever you share screen, I get logged out for some reason.
Don't worry,
I'm not sharing screen. I'm posting. First of all, we should ask ourselves why they still kept it in French.
What in French?
The Act, Seskevi Act 1666.
I've not seen it, so I can't speak to it.
Okay. Is everyone accessing in the chat room?
I can't see it either.
Is it in the chat?
Just screen share it, Shez.
No, I'm not screen sharing.
Okay.
I'll put it in the chat.
No, I'm asking Shez if she'll be able to screen share it.
I can see it.
I can see the link.
Yes, please open it on your own computer.
Legislation?
Yes.
All right.
We go in and have a look as well in the chat.
Okay.
First of all, we should ask the question, why is it still in French?
The reason being?
Because to keep the same thing they've been doing, keep the knowledge from the people.
No, but anybody can go and look it up in the language.
Oh yeah, but most people don't. Anyway, it means he who lives. What does the first part say? We're all dead at sea.
Oh,
yeah?
Where does it say that?
Okay, it says recital that Seskevi have gone beyond sea and the reversion cannot. Yes.
Thank you, Shez. Thank you.
Thanks.
Recital that Sestul Quesves have gone beyond sea and the reverse, was that? Revisionists
cannot find out whether they are alive or dead.
Sorry, what is this document for?
This is on your legislation website.
Yeah, but in relation to what?
We're all dead. That's what I said. We're all considered
I'm quite
dead.
alive, thank you.
Have you claimed what belongs to you? If you haven't make your claim, you're not live. You're not
That's
alive.
right.
You haven't make a claim.
That's maritime law, isn't it? Maritime.
But no, it exists. They use it. And I'll show you the other secret. So then, if you go all the way down, please, sis. What's say? If the supposed dead man proved to be alive, then the title is revested. Action for mean profits with interest. So when you're talking about the 15 million, you're not alive yet to claim your 15 million.
How do we prove that we're alive?
I know some
Take
alive.
that money.
No,
no,
that's what I said.
legally,
Remember-
legally. I understand what this is the straw man thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's real. It's not just a straw.
Yeah, I
in
believe
reality.
it. Yes, I do believe that. Yes, I know. A lot of elders believe the government that it's not necessarily interest.
Even when you're dead, they still own your estate. That's why they issue the death certificate.
Oh boy.
Yes, that's how criminal these people are. And I've embarked on that myself as well. I've done the evidence of life form. Yeah. And this leads to all of this, why they came for my children when the opportunity arose. Because they use, so basically on going to the children, yeah, I might as well jump into them because time is going. On the night, basically my partner disciplined our daughter, and she had left the house, but she didn't even know. Actually, it was a Sunday, just like today. Let's see the time. So I went back to the house late. Let's see the time now. Oh, it would have been past this time. I went to the house late, and then she's asking me, have I seen her, my child? And I said, no, I just came in. So we realized she wasn't there. I went out. I thought, let me go around the local park and stuff. Whilst I was out, she gave me a call to ask where I was. I just said I was just by the park. And she went, well, I'm quicker in the car, so I'm going to drive down the road. But she didn't tell me anything, but I guess she implied maybe I should come. If I'm by the park, I should come. So as I'm nearing the house, I'm on the phone to her, and I said, oh, I can see police. So maybe they found her. And she's 11, by the way. Then as I approached the house, police come out the house. And how I knew it was pre-planned from Dado, he called me Gerald. Now, that used to be my former name, which I changed over. They know that anyway. So straight away, I knew, okay, you're up to something. So I said, who are you talking to? And then, he goes on, but straight away, so I told him, turn the body cam on. So another trick for everybody, as soon as you're interacting with them, always get the body camera turned on straight. That's your evidence. So he had that on, then he's like, I'm arresting you for Class A drugs and child neglect. So, straight away, yeah, I've not even entered the house. And then my missus drove up because I was on the phone to her. As soon as she parked, as soon as she stepped out of the car, the arresters will put handcuffs on and take our other child. And basically what it was, because she rushed out, the middle child was sleeping, so she had left there in bed because he had school the following day. It was a Sunday like this. So they arrested both of us. Actually, until they arrested her, I thought, was I being set up or something? So anyway, they arrested both of us. Actually, before we left, straight away, this is how I knew they came for the children. So they had not returned to the house with our daughter. So they had kept her at the police station. So that made their intentions clear. They had, what else? Then as soon as they arrested us, they took the other two children. They are taking my other son that was in bed as well. He didn't even get his jacket properly, taking him, plus took the one that was in the car and put him in the police car and drove him off straight, even before I got moved off the scene. And there were family members to even take him by the time they interrupted. So they obviously had their clear intentions. And this all ties in with the Siskevy. I didn't even plan this, but this all ties in with the Siskevy and knowing certain things. So anyway, they're taking us to
Stop for a minute. How did they get in your house if your boat was out? That's a good question.
They went through the window, but they claimed the door was open. But I had to force them to admit it, but they went through the window. The same, actually,
Can
same
I
window.
ask, how did they come to be at your house in the first place?
Oh, because they found, when my daughter had left the house, they found him outside. According to them, they did. But it was where the bit is. Yeah. Did you get that then?
I understand. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But it was a bit pre-planned because coming on that night as well, I saw this white woman who seemed like an undercover on the main road, because like they were waiting for me to come home. Because the time they found her, they said they found her at 11 o'clock, according to their records. They didn't even return her. They went to the police station, took half an hour for some reason, and half an hour for them to come back. Pardon me, but all this unfolded when I got back. But anyway, they arrested us.
Sorry, can I ask you a question before I get further?
Yeah, sure.
Have you tried ever done that before? Have she ever, you and your partner have an argument with her, or she run away before? Or is that the first time? Or
First
somebody
time.
may have called her and said, come outside or something?
No, first time. But as I said, you saw on that video what they did to me in court. When you're like evidence against them, you're basically like an enemy.
Mm.
And as I said, all these habeas corpus and the Supreme Court, it was actually the Supreme Court registrar that was behind it. And you can look her up, how she's involved in child all sorts of things. Even the Child Act, I'm sorry, those of you that work in that profession, the Child Act, yes, they wrote it with good intent, but this Child Act, look at what was happening with Jimmy Savile. Wasn't social service and all that aware? The police was aware. The Labour leader, Keir Starmer, you was head of the CPS. It's all a criminal network. But they do things to appease to the public, to keep the public on their side. But really, it's not for the purpose they say. Because
like
the child
line.
family should come first. But anyway, they took him straight, and the child protection, and had it both. My missus was the first time she's been arrested in cell. They kept us almost 24 hours. They interviewed her. Although they arrested me first, they interviewed her first. And by the way, what they were claiming to be Class A drugs was shea butter. Shea butter is not even powder.
Yeah.
And I did not even know until I got in a police van. And apparently, they even showed my partner some of it. And she went, but that's shea butter. And they still arrested her. So that's to show you that they're criminals. They have no intent. You saw in America how they bombed a whole family's house because they were doing something different.
Yeah.
It's not any different. Yeah, so it was shea butter. Shea butter is not white for a start, which they put in the custody records as white. Anyway, so she even confirmed, and if anything, by their own rules, they're supposed to test something first. And the police are allowed to dip their hands in drugs and taste it on their tongue to see what it was.
But if they tasted shea butter, it wouldn't taste like, I mean, I don't know anything about drugs because I've never taken any, but I can't imagine that shea butter would look like any kind of drug.
Well, it was. And even now they've admitted it's come back negative. They've still not even told me. But they told my missus about 2 weeks ago the test came back negative, but they want to bring her in for a meeting. Basically, they now want to justify their actions. So they wanted to get like a caution or something out of her for disciplining the child so that it can justify their actions for the night. When I helped her email them, up to today, they've not responded. But there's complaints raised. I tried to bring litigation against them. The courts are hampering it, but we get to that. So anyway, they arrest us at the police station. I told them to take a picture of it, which they're supposed to, but they hadn't. And I also gave them a liability notice that, because I knew shea butter, that if it comes up back in any form, they have 1 million liability. They were not obviously happy with that. So they interviewed her first the following day, had them under child protection. They released us. Obviously, with my experience, this is where the experience come in. I was able to ask my custody record. But before we get to that, even my interview, they wouldn't even give me a pen. Actually, they had given me the pen when I refused to say anything, which is your right to silence. They took the pen away from me. And although my missus admitted she beat her with a belt and all this, they couldn't charge us because of how I handled the interview. And by the way, interview, you're best not to say anything or simply and say, don't understand and no contract, right throughout.
I agree with that. Now I'm going to come and ask you, why are you using a belt on your children?
Okay, that's not me. That was her. Obviously, the situation, I think she said she was meant to go to bed and she was still on their phone, hiding it. And that's what she did. Now,
the only reason I asked that is that we were listening earlier to the brother that had been beaten and what it led to. And we were discussing in that. I don't know if you were in that meeting.
No, I wasn't.
That we need to look at other methods of discipline.
That's right. Yes, and I addressed that with her, and I used to tell her, look, but sometimes, I mean, it was a bit of a wake-up call for her as well, because she was in a bit of a rebellious state. So it was a bit of a wake-up thing, because I was telling her that these people are looking at us, so be mindful what you do. So yeah, that's how my interview was, and she was very distressed from it. Anyway, they released us. I wanted also a copy of my custody record before my interview, because then I would have questioned them. And by the way, they had the shea butter there. I told them it was shea butter. Before that, actually, before we get to that, sorry, on the night, they came to rearrest me, but they said it came back, because they're supposed to do a preliminary test at the station anyway. They said that it came back as amphetamines. And re-arrested me for supplying, I can show you the custody record, for intent to supply class A. Class B. They said, because amphetamines is class B. I didn't even know what amphetamines was. So I even asked him, what's amphetamines? I don't know what it was. So they said amphetamines, and I'm re-arresting you for supplying of class B. That's what he said on their thing. Let me share that video actually, if you would share. That's very interesting. I've now done right of access.
You got a video? Hang on a minute.
Okay. I'll share it as a file. I'll put it in a group as a file.
Oh, you've got access.
Yeah. Now I'll put it there as a file so people can actually have it to show the criminality of the state. They edited that part where he said class B, because when he's gonna put it on the custody record, he's put class A.
Oh.
And then anything that happens as well, the police must always generate a crime reference on which I know how to get. When I got them to email me the crime reference, they put class B. So basically, there's inconsistent evidence everywhere. But I'm gonna show you I'm gonna share the video clip, which when I did my right of access, is the only thing they've brought back. And although it was on the body-worn camera of the police when he was rearresting me in a police station, they did not send that cell corridor. Yeah, it's loading. It's gonna load, so you can open, or you can play it for everyone when you're ready as well, for everyone to see. They've edited it. That's criminal. That's perjury. They've edited the class B out. It just goes, I'm rearresting you for, and it goes blank, and the conversation continues. We are dealing with professional criminals. So I know some of you might be, and I'll come to the social services, their own criminality. So anyway, they released us, and I've got my custody record, which I didn't have at the interview to know that they had put even that it was white substance. Shea butter is yellowy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and some places they put white powder. I don't know how putty stuff is white powder, but anyway. Oh, the first part, they put quantity of class A drugs as well. So it doesn't say, it just says quantity on the custody records. And they put it on only on mine. Yet remember, they arrested me even before I got to the house. And by the way, by their own laws, even if you had drugs on you and you didn't know it was drugs, is a defense. You can't be charged. You can only be charged if you knew it was drugs. Or even if you knew it was drugs and you was going to dispose it or take it to a police station, they can't charge you neither. It's in their own documents, misuse of drugs in the police training. And it also describes different drugs. So anyway, they've released us. They didn't even give us the social worker's number. I had to find out. So we come out, we find out that the children are under child protection. By the way, we didn't even see them or even talk to them for the period they were with social services. The police, we've raised the children to be 11, 6, and 5 and 4. They put a bail condition for us not to contact our own children directly or indirectly.
What?
Yes. So, and these are the authorities. So, what danger were they really in? Yes. So, in that case.
Can I ask a question? So, what happened to the children now? You still can't see them?
Oh, no, I got them back. I beat them up.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's telling the story.
Yeah. Yeah. So they released us and said they were the social service the 4 days, and then we had to sign the so-called Section 20, although they didn't make it like Section 20. I used the vehicle actors, by the way, for them to come to my mother's. And they were there for about 11 days. But all that time we didn't make contact. Social service.
What is Section 20?
Oh, that's the agreement that for the children to go to somewhere else.
Okay.
Yeah. But because they were children, I had to mellow down how I dealt with them, because I could have disobeyed the police bail because it's unlawful. Because when I challenged it, the police did not even come to court to challenge it.
Sorry, Kwesi, Brother Kwesi, I'm going to try and share the video now, yeah?
Sure.
We've done tests on the what we believe is Giles. The test has come back saying it's amphetamine. So I'm further arresting you for periods. So you're still under caution, but I will say again, you do not have to say anything, but may harm you defend. If you do mention any questions, and we wish you later on in court. Anything you do say, maybe give me evidence. Free pushing. Yes, of course, yeah. So the test, we've done tests on that substance, which we believe was drugs, and the test has come back saying it is amphetamine. What do you mean by amphetamine? That's a drug. What sort of drug? It's a prohibited drug. No, what sort of drug? It's a prohibited drug. No, what prohibited drug? Because obviously you're making it up. Not really, but. Well, you are. Okay. But I was just letting you know you're further arrested. What's the name of the amphetamine? I don't know what you mean by that question. No, it's amphetamine. No, that amphetamine must be something. Which? What test did you use? How did you get tested? Which? Scientific stuff. That is. I don't know. I didn't do the test, so I can't say the registered person who does all the drugs. I'll let you know.
So you saw that. And you even heard me ask him several, what's amphetamines or what type of amphetamine? Because they're different amphetamines. So which one was it? And he couldn't answer. But yeah, he on the record, custody record, he put Class A.
Wow.
Criminality. And this is why I deal with evidence. So if this goes to court, that police officer should be going to jail.
Should be.
Sorry?
Should be.
Yes, should be, yeah. Exactly. Big should be. Oh, by the way, so you see how if someone commits a crime, you can report it as a crime straight. Like, for instance, with what happened with the video on the court, when I reported a crime against the police for assault, and obviously malfeasance, yeah, abusing his power, you know, they said they make you an incident number. They've got to investigate themselves first before they proceed it as a crime. So if I report you as a crime, it's logged as a crime straight away, but as amongst them, there's always a buffer. They have to protect my interest. So it goes back to when you said, oh, should be.
Yeah.
Because they will come up with some excuse. But it will be difficult because I've got so much levels of information. As I said, I've got a custody record where he's gone and put class A. So how could the video say something and you're saying something else? On top of it, even the part they've blanked out, his body worn will show it because I told him to turn that on as well.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So that's why I'm giving us all on the platform.
So even in the police cell, you can still tell them or instruct them to put their body. Okay.
You always have the power, but it's lack of knowledge.
Yeah.
Sorry, brother. You know, with the one with the, do you have a video of when they strip you naked also?
No, that only happened Wednesday, isn't it? So even if I did the right of access, I wouldn't have got it yet.
Right, okay.
This was an incident for the children. This was around 11th of January. I'm sure you had the date on the thing. This was 11th of January, yeah. So that's why I got, and I just got that the other day, I think 23rd or something. And they've not even given me all the records. That's all they could give me. I've put that in there as well, how to get them. Schedule 2, Part 1 of the Data Protection Act. Schedule 2, Part 1, Section 5. I've put that earlier. So please make use of that. Basically, it allows you, if the sister want to share it, it allows you to get anything.
Hold on, you're making me work very hard tonight. I noticed that.
No, but see, it's not, to me, it's about being effective. So it's not just about coming in and talking, it's about giving people solutions, substances to go back with and actually to help protect ourselves, because this is what it's all about. Because if we don't protect ourselves, they don't have our interest at heart.
No,
and the only way we win is with the tools.
Absolutely. Right,
Yeah.
so which one was it now?
Is the legislation Schedule 2? I mean, people can click
go back to that one, the same one I was on before.
No. That was the Siskiyou Act.
Yeah, I see it. Okay. All right, I'll do that in a moment, yeah?
I mean, you didn't have to, but is the Schedule 2 as enacted? And Crime Budge as well. His website is very good too, in terms of specifically dealing with the police. It's very useful.
Repeat that, please.
Dealing with the police. Crime Budge. I'll put it in there. crimebudge.com.
Crime Budge.
Yeah. If we scroll down for us, please, to the Section 5, please. See, it says, yep, there. So, yep, Section 5, yeah. Information required to be disclosed by law as enacted for legal proceedings. So as long as you can request for information necessary, if you look at 5.3, yeah, A is necessary for the purpose of or in connection with legal proceedings, including prospective legal proceedings. Necessary for the purpose of obtaining legal advice, or otherwise necessary for the purpose of establishing, exercising, or defending legal rights. So you can get everything with that. That's what the police themselves use. So they don't like you using that. It's very powerful. And then under that, you can bring in discovery and full disclosure. No, that's fine. It's just the Section 5.3. That's the main part. Yeah, so then they've released us. So the 4 days we didn't get to speak or hear from them. Oh, by the way, as well, they didn't even give us observation reports for the 4 days they were away. And when I'm going to bring proceedings, I'm going to bill them 2.4, I think I told us the other day, 2.4 million for every child. Each night they were in social services. When we do this, they learn. And another thing I want to share with everyone that's got young people or anyone, if you get stopped by police and nothing comes of it, if no crime has been committed, the moment they've stopped you, they at least owe you $1,000 for false imprisonment. It doesn't matter. Just get your warrant number and a record of the what do you call it, the stop. Crime Budge has got a template there, or you can just write a pre-action conduct letter if you don't want to start with a complaint to them and say you was held for false imprisonment and this stop. So you're making your claim of minimum, it used to start £500 an hour, the first case law, but it's now about £1,000, and you wish to claim that. If all our young children did that, I don't think we need to go and protest for police to stop and search on us. And since this is the Garvey platform, Garvey said something: intelligence rules the world, ignorance carries the burden.
Yeah.
Yes. There's a lot of stuff on there, crime watch, you know, because he made me start learning how to actually get evidence. There's a lot of, see, freedom of information, email address of all police forces. I can help. I got most of what he's got already, but it's very useful. You can order packs even from his site that will guide you. To me, that's worth more than going to spend money with any solicitor. Because once we all know it, we are more powerful. Going back to the sister's question when she said, oh, are you using solicitors? No, this habeas corpus, which I've shared the application. I drafted it. We are more powerful than any barrister because the common law is powerful and it gives us power. That's why they're trying to get away with the common law and replace it with DIA codes. So even the data protection thing I showed you, the common law, you have a right to that because the common law is for truth discovery and just reasoning. And the common law is vested in all of us. Some of his stuff may be outdated, but to me, his website is one of the few that is useful that the common Joe blogs can use. Yeah, see, there you go. The cops they do crazy things because to them it's just about business. 5 cops drag a 6-stone woman. Yeah, it's for texting ex-partner. And this is why we don't own ourselves, because they do things to you regardless of what. Because you're still a subject of the crime. So by the way, the lady that before you own yourself, you consider yourself a subject though, isn't it? Of the state. Sorry,
you're muted, sis. Queen Nzingha, you're muted. You have to unmute.
No, but why would I consider myself a subject of anybody?
No, we do from everything we do. When we go,
I've never considered myself a subject of anybody's.
Okay, fair enough. That's good. But yes, by all means, yes, we own ourselves. You can claim it any day by verbally declaring it. You're claiming it. But what I'm trying to say is, we also have to have the paperwork to back it, which comes from doing the discoveries, or controlling your trust account. But as just by saying we own ourselves, yes, we would to a degree, but then people still have to take the test to travel.
Test? What kind of test you have to take to travel?
Oh, the COVID test.
I've not been nowhere. I don't plan to go nowhere. I don't plan to take no vaccine.
You're right. It's sensible.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good, but what we are working on is for our people to be able to travel without taking the test.
That's right.
You see?
Well, that's obviously something that we have to stand up on.
Yeah.
I think that's already happened, hasn't it? I think that they now cannot tell you that you need to have the test in order to travel. I'm sure I read something about that actually being law now. They can't do that. They can't stop you from traveling without by saying that you haven't got the COVID test.
Yes, because that is not lawful. That's forcing something against your wish.
Mm-hmm.
The law causes no harm. That's the common law.
There's a little video going around. There's an American senator outlining what damage the vaccine can do to you because it hasn't been properly licensed. And some other things. I don't remember all of what he was saying, but basically he was saying that nobody has the right to tell you that you have to do something.
That's what I just said. Yeah.
Exactly.
That's exactly.
But what's smashing my brains up at the moment is discovery on how you worked out that we, from our birth certificate, that we have a value, a commodity that is against us from the moment we are born in this country. That's what I'm just completely stuck with.
No, IMF generates that because a certificate, they issue it
So you mean I'm worth more dead than alive then, isn't it? Outside. No wonder these people don't want you here.
Yes. How do you think all the money they're spending for COVID, they're getting it with? And a few of the knowledge amongst them runs it. That's why they manage on your behalf. That's why you're a subject. You're not capable of running your own affairs. I would really
like for you to put me in front of something that I can discover how that value is put on.
Okay.
I would really like to understand.
That will be another subject for another time.
No, I understand that. But that's something that I would really like to understand, because I've just got total confusion the way that you're adding birth certificate with value and then the IMF. Now, I can understand everything else that you're saying and the way that they're pulling everything down and the whole system's corrupt. But like you say, we have to understand it in order to be able to deal with what it is that they're actually doing. And unless you understand it, you know, you're stuck. So what I would like, if at a later date, you could possibly come back and give us discovery on how this comes about.
Definitely.
Easy.
Okay, right. You see your national insurance. Yes. It says is insurance. Just write to the Treasury and say you want disclosure of your trust account. I wrote to the court funds office. I could even show you a document. Yeah, they scanned it. They don't want to give you all that information, but I think they've given me my trust account details, but they didn't say. I could try and see if I find that letter. I'll see. The whole court is called the court fund office. All right, look online. Called the Evidence of Life Form 206. Evidence. I'll type it in. Evidence of Life.
I'll type it in and then I'll copy. I'll copy the whole thing and do that because you need it totally.
So and then next one, when Brother Kwesi comes on, you'll be able to ask him questions on that document. Yeah.
Evidence of life.
Form.
It's in the
206.
Chat. Form what?
206.
Oh, 206. May I look for it tomorrow?
No, and I'll tell you the story of that. This was happening when they came for the children. So I sent to the court funds office. Yeah, the form is already there, but the address is changed. So because I don't want to sometimes do course 9 to you do a form, they say use the wrong form. So I started contacting the court. Oh, could you give me the updated copy of the evidence of life form? Is there. So basically, they've got the current one, they have to issue it to you. So they wrote back to me to say, oh, unless I have a case with them, then they can issue me the evidence of life form. And the recent one is, I've filed a discovery and full disclosure to the Treasury to give me disclosure of my trust account. And I'm waiting. So, and everything I say is what I've done. So yes, when I get there, I'll give you, but they're not gonna give. You think they're just gonna make it easy, give me so that the whole country will collapse?
Yeah, but then surely there must be somewhere where the value of a human being from the moment they're born.
It's not when you're born. It's when the birth certificate is after they issue it, the registrar.
Right.
The same. Okay. For instance, your car. You know you don't own your car. You're just giving privilege to ride it.
You're a registered keeper.
Yes.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yes, it's the same thing. So any certificate generates money, including your marriage certificate, including a death certificate, because even when you're dead, they still feed off your estate. That's why they say probate. And the way you do it, you put in a trust, but we're all in a trust anyway, which the white guy, Edward, talks about, the equity monarchy trust, which is what he was fighting them, that they're abusing it. Because there's a crown, there's parliament, and there's the people. And the equity trust is like fairness between all of us. Like people think they vote for the government, but you hear Elizabeth call it, or the crown always say, my government. So
yeah,
that
but she
something.
don't have no power to do nothing. I don't even know what she's doing there.
No, but she owns the government. She does own the government.
Exactly, collecting money.
And the whole system goes back to the church. That's why you have ministers. And what is the first minister? Prime minister. It's all to do with the church. Birth was first recorded in the churches. When the state came along, they wanted to make money, they started registering it with the government. That's where it all comes from.
Well, it's we who pay them all, you know.
Sorry?
We who pay all of them.
Yes, money, that's what I said. That's where they get the money. Is generated from us. The 15 million and how they share it, but the government gets a lot. Now, when I gave you the Seskevi, let me give you the, and this one, this is a gem. Someone that deals with trust gave me this. Most people search their life getting this, which is the section 55 of the National Debt Act 1870. I'm gonna now bring it up. So that's the final part. You know, in the Seskevi, it said in a certain part, if the dead man shows title, your title, why do you think whenever they want to add Mr. whatever to you, your name is your title? But whenever your name is capitalized, that's the fictional, that's the corporation. That's the Crown's creation. Yeah, so it's not your name, it's not your title, it's the Crown's. That's why when you go to court, your family name is always capitalized, at least, because the Crown claims ownership of your family.
So, like,
Question.
By default. So
Yeah,
how
go
does
on.
that fits into that?
Sorry?
I've changed my names by default. So how does that fit into that?
They still fictionalize it. Your change name, even me, I changed my title. Whoops, sorry. Even me, I changed my title. The Crown still capitalized it. Whenever something is capitalized, it's not yours. It belongs to the Crown.
Yeah, I had a question.
Sure.
You know, I work in construction, and then sometimes we get a receipt. Like when we order something, the delivery truck comes, and they'll give you a receipt to sign. They said sign your name and then print your name. So that's the all capital where we print. What do they do with that then when you do the all cap then?
Thank you. Everything you sign is money. So good thing you asked that question, brother. And I'm another gem I'm gonna give you. Everything you cross out signature and you put autograph.
Okay, brilliant.
Yes, signature is to do with money. Someone gets money from it. Everything you sign is to do with commerce. Why do you think celebrities, it might be, it's not really their signature, but that's why they give autographs. Where his signature is money. So whenever you see signature, cross it out, put autograph instead. Signature is to do with money, yes. So yes, that's why you sign for stuff. That's how someone gets paid. So even when you fill out a free form and you put signature, the brother talking about your estate, someone claims money against your estate. When you go to court, the legal aid, that's claimed against your estate. The benefits you get, that's claimed against your estate. They manage it on your behalf because you're not capable, you're considered dead, yeah, and you're not capable of running your affairs. But so that's why in that act, it says when you can prove title, when you can prove you are alive, which is what I'm doing now. Some people have done, sorry?
Can I just say something? You're right in some sense. Remember when they were doing the COVID test, they had volunteers. I went on a volunteer. They gave us forms to sign. And then my head of department saying, oh, did you get money for this? I said, no, it was volunteering. But we see your name down for getting paid.
Yeah.
So,
really?
Someone claims the money on your behalf. That's what's happened.
That you're so right. So I said, no, I didn't get paid for it because, you know, I go to volunteer and I don't take pay for anything I volunteer to do. But somebody used our not only me alone, our signature to claim,
that's
know, hey, so you're right.
Fraud.
Yeah,
that's fraud. So you could.
I'll be honest. The whole system.
Do you know how much money you got?
Exactly.
It's a corrupt system.
So they have to address it.
Can I just ask, and isn't there something about that capitalization is about being a citizen rather than being a national, isn't it? So we're all citizens on our passport. We are citizens whether we're born here or not. And we're citizens, but but the difference is it's about being a national is a different status, isn't it?
Yes. And then all the countries are corporations anyway. And just today it dawned on me. So when they carved up Africa and before they gave it independence, they basically put in their perverse institutions because traditionally we had chiefs and royalties. All countries are corporations and all citizens are employees in that corporation. It's as simple as that. So we're all business. And even if you go on legislation, until United Kingdom, until 18 something, England had its own, England was separate parliament, laws are different. That's why another trick I'll give you, the older laws are better than the new ones. Since they created the United Kingdom Corporation, it's all codes. And I think 1871. So that's why the old acts and the Magna Carta and all that are still powerful. And by the way, the Magna Carta actually created America. I've done the parliamentary research. Every time America celebrates its bicentennial or whatever, they come. And that's why every president of America comes here. Because America is a sub-company of the United, or it was before UK, so it would have been England. America is a sub-company of the Crown. Just as Canada and all of that. They might be republic, whatever, but Magna Carta, the Europeans that captured the land, United States of America is actually a corporation on the land. But America is a continent, but the USA is actually a corporation. And we're just, all citizens are employees of it. So I know it might be a lot for some people, but yes, that is the reality. So when the sister was talking about national, yes, and you can't claim your own nationality, but is having the capacity, which is what I'm thinking we should do in this land. Why do you think when, I don't know if it was when they had the protest or whatever they had in Brixton, Nigel Farage was going, oh, look at them, the black people, they want to separate themselves.
Oh yeah, that was Reparations Day, the 1st of August last year. Yeah.
And yet this was the same racist person say come out of Europe.
You know, not bother with them. Don't pay them no, man.
Exactly. Integration is the worst thing they did with us. So but what we need to do is first of all have the structure.
So just answer this question then, all right? So we're asking for reparation, and there is a value that we still haven't even spent yet. So tell me something. So I mean, I'm only just considering here. You've got reparation, and you've got a value here already that's already on your person. So
yes.
What? So explain. You know, because I'm only just a mere mortal, you know, and I'm just trying to think around the words that you're using at the moment.
Okay, I'll give you an example. I know someone that can write off all your debts, like student loan and all that against your estate. Would that help you? Would that help you then?
I'd love it.
Yes. So Sister Cheryl, Shez has got both my numbers. You can go through her. And not just that, if you got a mortgage that was after 89, because it was all fraud, you can get your money back as well as keep the property.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Okay. You be hearing from me.
Make sure this man's okay.
No, this is stuff we're actually doing. So, and as I said, you write off your debts, even your credit card debts as well. You can write them off without
I don't have any such thing.
Sorry?
I don't have any such debts.
Yeah, but for those that do, because some unfortunately do. So then maybe Alpha, that will help you know that your estate does exist, because that's what your student loan is going to be written off against.
Well, I would also have a student loan.
Sorry?
I would also have a student loan.
I have a student loan. Unfortunately, I do have a student loan.
Really?
Yeah, because I went back to university.
Oh, okay. You borrowed some money.
Yeah.
So you're part of the corporation.
So I'm part of the corporation. Yeah.
Stop it! It's after 12 now.
But being serious for just 2 seconds, if what you're saying is the reality on one side of it, and then you're saying that there is a fundamental value on the other hand, then reparation isn't what we should be going after. We should be going after what has not been spent out of our value.
Yes, which, first of all, you need to get the account details, just as the Court Funds Office told me, which is what I'm in the process of doing.
You are in the process of doing that yourself?
Yes, that's what I said, okay. Isn't it? That's why I even showed you the evidence of life form. I'm going to put in the National Debt Act, which is the last piece of the puzzle for that. I'm going to look it up now and show you National Debt Act, Section 55. And someone had to give me that.
Can I just also say that in order to do what you're doing, you have to become your own business. You have to register yourself.
No, but as a trust.
A business, as a
Put
trust.
yourself in a trust.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Trust is what you can't. And there's two
so
types
every
of trust.
name that you've had, if you've changed your name, every name that you've had, you write all of that down, and that is your business. That is your corporate entity, you as a corporate entity.
Yes.
You said there was two types of trust.
Well, my company's just
after. There's two types. There's revocable.
It's all on my first name.
There's revocable and irrevocable trust. So, Arthur, that doesn't. I'm gonna put the link in the group now. That you don't think your estate or they can pay your debt. It tells you. It says national debt retransfer and payment to persons showing title. I'm gonna put it in the group now.
So what about if you already pay off your mortgage?
As I said, the ones after 89, we can claim back and you can keep your property because all mortgages after then were fraudulent. But I've put the link. If the sister want to share it, the National Debt Act.
Yeah, I've got that.
I knew you was going to say that. For some.
Auntie Jean, how can you save all of this? I can see the three buttons on the three dots on the top right, but I can't see where it
Three
says
dots at the bottom.
Chat.
Are you on a phone or are you on a
iPad?
Computer. iPad. Go to the chat.
Yeah, I'm in the chat.
Can you see the three dots by file?
Can we all see it?
Yes.
So Alpha, when you think there's no money to your...
I know I'm already rich, but getting it from them.
Can you all read it?
I can see the link that you've actually put down there, but I want to save the whole conversation so that I've got all of the other bits and pieces so that I can go away and look at what you're saying.
If you click on each file that was being put in the chat, that will download to your device. So if you touch it, you know the files that's been put in the chat?
Yeah.
Go through that and touch each one and it will download. The files will actually download. But if you want to save the whole of the chat, you click on the three dots by the file and that will download all of the chat to your device.
I'm really sorry, but I just cannot see the three dots. It's on the main screen. It's on the main Zoom screen. All I can see the dots, which is just above.
Can you see the chat? Are you in the chat?
Yeah.
Where all the messages are?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, can't you just save it from? Just send it to him. Wouldn't that be easier?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could do that for me, and I'll be greatly appreciated.
I can hear it in his voice.
So I can do my homework.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, Marlene, you're still here.
I was, but I wasn't. But I'm back. I've heard there's a way you can avoid aren't paying your council tax. Do you know anything about that?
Yes, the guy knows people that we can do that as well, but he himself doesn't really like it because he thinks you get value for money. But yes, we know people. I can refer you to people as well that if you don't want to pay council tax and taxes in general, taxes are optional as well. Taxes, the way you do it, HMRC approved ways that you don't have to pay taxes.
So if you want services, somebody else must pay for it. So
Pay for it.
No, because they already got our estate, the 15 million. So why we got to pay for it again?
Sounds amazing.
It does, doesn't it?
It's there, can't you see? It's there. Retransfer. Can't you see retransfer and payment to person showing title? And it tells you how to do it.
I have heard there's a way, but
you're gonna have to come back and we do a step-by-step course.
Marlene, Auntie Jean have the details in her file. She could give you a copy about that, the whole council tax. Auntie Jean, remember you have the whole file with all the laws, remedies. It's in there.
Okay.
We'll get it to you.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, Auntie Jean's got work to do now.
It's like I've got enough.
Well done, Galactic.
There goes my holiday.
It's just a small file. It's just a PDF. I send it to you, Auntie Jean, tomorrow. You send it to her.
Okay. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah.
Kwesi, I know you're. Yeah. I can see you on your phone.
That's all right. It's all right. Yeah.
I didn't want to just put it out there, but yeah, should I stop sharing or?
Oh yeah, it's not. As long as people have seen, it's more for Alpha. Alpha's been asking a lot of questions on.
Yeah, I've just seen that, Kwesi. I will read through that and look at that. It's very interesting what you're saying, that everything's in French, and I know that they'll blind us with science with every single step that they can make, but it's actually understanding where and how they're doing it, which you're uncovering now or showing us another way. So no, it's brilliant.
But the files
it's
you can
weird, but it's brilliant.
The files are for you can download to your device, because when I send you the chat, it won't be downloading the files. So you can download the files now to your device by clicking on it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't even want to do anything with it now. I'm just trying to settle.
When we close, you won't get it.
No, it'll be on the chat. The links will be on the chat, so you'll be able to
for the files. So when the files are shared.
When you throw me the chat, I'll then just go through the whole lot.
Yeah. Well, I'm leaving you all in 5 minutes.
Okay, sis.
Yeah.
So Kwesi, you didn't finish your story. If you got sidetracked.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if people need to go, I could cut it short to Tuesday, and then I can come on another day.
Yeah,
but the important thing is people are satisfied and questions answered. So Alpha, are you satisfied about our estate?
I'm satisfied that there's information there for me to go and have a look and do some research with, and then come back with what I've actually uncovered. So yeah, I do understand. I'm understanding what you're saying now. Okay. The mere fact that we have a value on us, which is something that's at the moment, you know, how that comes about is just beyond my reckoning. Where the IMF get the money from in the first place, which is from all the countries in the first place, you know.
Countries.
Yeah, well, yeah, from the poor countries, quite. Mainly Africa, by the way.
And the Caribbean islands.
Yeah.
Okay, so
the country's not poor; it's just the people that's poor.
Exactly.
Well said. Well said, G.
Sorry.
Well said, G.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or it's not or maybe the people are poor in let's say intelligence to a degree, because it's the clever ones that make the money. Capitalism. Others capitalize on others' ignorance.
Yeah.
Yes. So going back to the story, they released us. Then we signed for them to be at my mom's, but all the while they were there about 11 days. We didn't get to see them because of the police bail conditions. However, actually the following day after we got released, I went to the magistrate's court to challenge the bail conditions. They told us we couldn't. That delayed things for them, because should I have got the bail conditions of then, we could have had our children back straight, because I'd have disobeyed it and given my reasons why. They didn't. And then I kept calling the courts. Eventually, when the morning that we were going to have the child protection meeting, they then had given me a date on the Monday for the bail hearing. So we had it like a Thursday or something, which, oh, that was terrible. They actually scored us all 0 for the safety of the children.
Whoa.
On
Yes.
what basis?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and the police officer as well gave some very defaming, or the police liaison officer, some very defaming report. But it was nasty what they did. And we couldn't even get on the meeting. And they said the meeting would go ahead without us anyway. So it was predetermined.
How would the meeting go ahead without you?
Well, that's what they said. So if you work for social services, yeah, they said that, yeah.
Yeah, right. Well, that shouldn't happen, to be honest.
Yes, they gave you a pre-report late. It was like, they sent it the morning before the meeting or something like that. Something stupid, which is supposed to be at least 24 hours before. Yeah, and they were trying to leave as little paperwork as possible. So instead of emailing it, she was gonna try and come and give us a copy in hand.
Well, that's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to bring the report and go through it with you.
Yeah, but they didn't, and even if that was going to be the morning before, so how could it be? And they hadn't given us observation reports or even a copy of their strategy meeting. I found out we were just planning everything. Anyway, they said the meeting was going to go ahead without us. So at the start of the meeting, they actually started because my missus couldn't log on for some weird reason. I then had to find another computer to log on. And they scored us all 0, put the children under child protection. And but then by the Monday, I got the bail condition removed. But by then, when I got it removed, straight away, they were ready to hand the children back to us.
Straight away?
Yes, because the day I got it removed, when we came back in the afternoon, the social worker, and I've got a timeline, it's like they were all communicating. So when we were at the court, the social worker basically had arranged to come and do a home visit. So when they came that evening, I told them anyway that regardless of the Section 20, whatever agreement in place, you can't contact the children about them. I'm going to see my children. So I went to see them that night, stayed with them. In the morning, I heard the social worker calling my brother. They're looking to give them back to us. Anyway, they came home, but now the child protection was still in place. I kept asking for evidence. They wouldn't provide it. So at some point I said, well, this child protection is null and void because it was obtained by fraud. And by then as well, I had seen the professional competencies of the social workers. So they didn't respond. Then they had the review meeting on the 20th of April. But before we even got to that, when the new social worker came on board, I told my missus they cannot be trusted. They've lied so much. So I went out to meet her to say, until we get certain documents, we're not letting you in. But my missus thought they could help with her housing and all of this. She let the woman in, but she went and told lies. And I think the next core group meeting we had, they had brought people in that shouldn't be in there, someone from another council, actually to defame me for my housing application. The guy wasn't supposed to be in there. No one knew why he was in there. Instead of bring the council person that spoke in the borough, the children are in. So that's where my missus got the hump and said she don't want to deal with them. And then we actually stopped them from coming to the house from that. So they couldn't come and see the children. They never even went to see them at school, but they were going to school normally. So it got to a point, I raised a complaint, she raised a complaint, which the local government have come back to say, oh, if the proceedings, they always find a way to wiggle out. If there's going to be court proceedings, we can't investigate at the moment. Don't make sense. Then also it was a joint investigation. So come to the review, I gave him a notice that all my children are in a private trust. And if they go ahead with the meeting, they'll be liable for 5 million for what they've done already. And if they produce any statutory instruments from their meeting, which always everything, every paperwork they produce is a statutory instrument, they'll be liable for unassessed unlimited damages. And I also told them that, before that, I had been asking them for copies of their professional standards, all of them, the teachers, the school. And why? Because I said, if you want to work with my children, how could you not disclose your professional standards? I said it at the meeting as well. And the only person that I had provided before was the health worker for the youngest child. But that was a new health worker and she wasn't part of the original meeting. None of them provided it. So I said, after the meeting, because of the complaint raised, another social worker was brought on to help the one that we raised the complaint about. So she had, she then after the meeting sent social service professional standards, but I already had it. So this is why I caught them. So before the meeting, by the way, they were looking to extend the child protection. That's what the recommendation I was made in it.
Right.
Anyway, from the meeting, I also told them I'll be questioning them under caution and I'm going to direct the meeting. I'm going to spearhead it. So I had a bus up with the chair at the start. I think she tried to, and I said I was recording as well. And I did. I didn't record it. So after the meeting, they decided, sin, which sin, child in need plan, but how it sounds, they had put that in place. I said, I've told you, I just give you the liabilities. But when that night, the social worker had, the good one had sent me, or the one pretending to be good, had sent me their professional standards. I replied and said, thank you for sending it. However, what you should make sure, because they have a duty if there's wrongdoing, first of all, they should supposed to make decisions on evidence. Yeah. And when there's been wrongdoing, they're actually supposed to expose. So I said, the important thing is to make sure you apply by your professional standards, as well as make sure your colleagues do. So by saying that, the next day they call my partner and go, the difference between child protection and child in need plan is, made this whole explanation. And then in the end, when child in need is optional. So she said, well, you lot haven't done anything anyway, so no need. So that was when the whole thing was cancelled. So that meeting, they went from 0 to 0, from wanting to extend the child protection, from child in need to nothing. Then conveniently, a couple of days after, the police contact my missus to say, the drugs has come back negative. But up to today, they've still not told me, nothing from them. But they wanted her to come for a meeting. It's an ambush because they know of her capacity. That's another thing, by the way, because different capacity, because they know of her capacity, they were trying to ambush her. And then when she's agreed, I don't know why as well she did, even without consulting me.
I asked you why she was going for a meeting with them.
Sorry?
What was she going to meet them about?
This is the thing, but that's the ignorance that they take advantage of. She didn't even ask any of that.
Oh, okay.
And this is what I get frustrated with over. I was like, you're always giving me work to do. Yeah.
I know how you feel.